I should've cut you off. I knew something was wrong. I shouldn't have to call you back, 'cause now you're mad and you think I dropped the ball. That's a bridge I haven't crossed. Not my fault, that's your pissed off. You shouldn't have to treat me like this, treat me like this. Now I'm all alone once again. I just wanna talk, and you don't wanna listen, baby, I don't get it all. Now she don't love me, she loves drugs and alcohol. She said that's how I'm involved, everything that happened. Oh no, I don't wanna talk about it. Used to wanna talk to you, but lately I've been doubting. Shawty went outside, grabbed a bottle and she downed it. I thought I lost my sense of pride, but recently I found it. Once again, now I'm back on the cycle. Walk inside the function thinking maybe I just might go. Me and your friends, really not that tight, ho. It's all good now, they all had to cut you off. I knew something was wrong. I shouldn't have to call you back, 'cause now you're mad and you think I dropped the ball. That's a bridge I haven't crossed. Not my fault, that's your pissed off. You shouldn't have to treat me like this, treat me like this. Now I'm all alone once again. I just wanna
I'm running on diesel, baby, I'm active. Shawty wanna know what's happening. Baby, no cap, I'm captain. Honey, no rings on me, ain't bagging. Diesel, feeling I'm massive. I feeling like Shaq, I'm shacking. That little bitch, she savage. Hit it on top all night, I'm damaged. Bomb, 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 yeah, bomb, 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 bomb. Feeling I'm massive. Feeling like bomb, 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 bomb.
I just wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna.
I'm running on diesel, baby, I'm active. Shawty wanna know what's happening. Baby, no cap, I'm captain. Honey, no rings on me, ain't bagging. Diesel, feeling I'm massive. I feel like Shaq, I'm shacking. That little bitch, she savage. Hit it on top all night, I'm damaged. Bomb, 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 yeah, bomb, 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 bomb. Feeling I'm massive. Feeling like bomb, 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 bomb. Dip, slide, when I wanna dive. Hit it to the rhythm all day and night. Blazing the vibe, ain't no wasting the time. Gotta shoot my shot till I get what I like. Shawty really wanna fuck in the morning. Little homie looking bad, never got long. When a pop song, girl go pop off. When we count that beats, who can't go down?
I just wanna. I just wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna.
I'm running on diesel, baby, I'm active. Shawty wanna know what's happening. Baby, no cap, I'm captain. Honey, no rings on me, ain't bagging. Diesel, feeling I'm massive. I feeling like Shaq, I'm shacking. That little bitch, she savage. Hit it on top all night, I'm damaged. Bomb, 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 yeah, bomb, 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 bomb. Feeling I'm massive. Bomb, 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 bomb.
Go through the fire, break the fire, chasing something true, caught in a bind. Maybe undo, maybe undo. 'Cause when every call felt off, and the silence could be better, every motion falling flat, had to leave you, had to leave you. Now you're dying.
One mistake is all that it takes to break up the trust that we made. I'm open to changing my ways this time. Oh, why do I fall for it every time? I'd do anything to keep you mine. So just call my name. Tell me you're never leaving, won't you stay? And I'll play your games as long as the fire doesn't fade away. Yeah, just call my name. Yeah, just
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Phantom League Season 5. We're coming up to the end of Stage 1. Now, it's our final week of Swiss Stage here. My name's Travi, and I'm joined on that side. one of these days, I'm going to get that right, but today is not that day. My name's Travi. I'm joined here on my left by the wonderful Dara Atomic. How are you doing this evening?
I'm great, thank you, bud. I think we're both very hot, so I don't think the heat's doing you any favors. Yes, it's that side, Travi. It's that side, right?
That side, yeah.
That's okay. I'll give you a fist bump for good measure.
Just fist bump through the camera.
There you go. There you go.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm ready to cast some Siege. I'm looking forward to it. It's like I said to you just before we started. I was up until 5 o'clock playing Siege last night, so I'm in the mindset to cast some and see some proper Siege instead of Clash standing next to a reinforced wall and getting naded from behind. So I'm very much ready for it. I'm excited to see what these two teams have to offer.
Yeah, and speaking of the two teams here, if you're not familiar, we are at the very end of our Swiss stage now here at Season 5. And this, of course, means it is do or die for these two teams. As it says at the bottom of the screen, this game is either qualification to Stage 2, the playoffs, or elimination from the tournament. There is no wiggle room. There are no second chances here. All of those bridges have been burnt up until this point. one of Obscura, one of Core 3. Only one of those two teams are going to be progressing on to the next phase of the tournament, and hopefully they're going to be going out with a massive banger of a match. Because Derek, the last time we casted, if you call your way back a couple of weeks ago now, 10-8, 10-8, 7-5, the longest match of Siege I've ever casted, and I believe the longest one you've casted as well. That one was a banger, and I just hope this one lives up to the expectations as well.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we survived for that long, honestly, with how intense it was. I had to check up on you a couple times during that match. I thought you were going to pass out. But no, it was a fantastic game of Siege. And I think I didn't want it to end, personally. But yeah, no, I would love to see that type of level again today, and I'm fairly sure that we will. These two teams come in with a 2-2 record, so they both are in the same position, and I'm sure both of them will desperately want this win. So I don't think either team is going to want to back down, and yeah, we'll have to see where it goes. But I'm very, very excited.
Yeah, I mean, it's that 2-2 situation, as you say, right? It's one of these points where you just have to put everything on the table that you've got. You have to put all your cards out in front of you, because otherwise, if you fall short today, everything you fought through for the last 4 games, that's just null and void. That's just pointless. You're not qualifying onto playoffs. There's no more second chances. You're eliminated. That's that. It's done and dusted. It's very important today for both these teams to qualify onwards. And as you say, hopefully, we can have a banger of a match. But it wouldn't be a banger of a match, of course, without seeing what match we're going to now. Last time, we've been treated to 2 wonderful free mappers, and hopefully today we get to go to all 3 maps. Of course, starting off the band there, the first team, the logo, the one that looks like almost 2 hooks inverse of each other, that is Core 3, and then the little one that looks like the little shrouded eye, that is Obscura. So, map bands, we're getting rid of Chalet, Bank, Border, Skyscraper, and then we end up on our first map pick of Nighthaven Labs and Lair for our first couple of rounds.
Absolutely, and again, I think we've for the last few casts that we've done together, Travi, I'm fairly sure that we've casted Nighthaven Labs in every single one. Is that correct?
Yeah, Labs is becoming one of these really popular maps now. Teams are loving it. Teams are really starting to learn their way around it. I couldn't be more than happy for it. I'm a Labs enjoyer. It's my favorite map in the game, both to play and probably to cast as well. A really great point to test the fundamentals of these two sides, and a really good benchmark to start a series for them. What becomes that bit more of an unknown, bit more of a middle ground, and really interesting one, that's going to be Lair for me.
Absolutely, Lair is the one that I'm still learning myself, and most players are still tending to learn. They're making their own callouts normally, but especially with Nighthaven, I've been playing that a lot recently. My favorite place to go through is Electrical. 9 times out of 10, I do get C forward when trying to go through IT as well. So, that's always the cutoff point. Whether you get into IT or not is up to chance, and usually I pray very much so that I get through. But yeah, we'll have to see how these teams protect Electrical, if they're playing in sight, how they block off IT Terrace, whether they bandit trick or they run a Cade. But we have seen Cade banned a lot recently, and I am expecting Cade to be banned here, and probably Deimos as well.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see.
Yeah, and then of course to round things out, should we get there, it's going to be Consulate as our last and decided map, which, a lot of tight corners, bit of a defender's paradise, bit of a roamer's paradise, so it's going to be a very exciting one should that one get there. But of course, that's map 3. We're not guaranteed to get there. We've got our first 2 maps to come through first, and we've got our first map of Nighthaven Labs. We've got a couple more minutes till the players get themselves into the lobby. We're all ready to get things going, so we're going to throw it to a quick break, but thank you for joining us for the pre-show, and we will be back in just a couple of minutes here with Nighthaven Labs. So grab some snacks, grab some drinks, get them all ready, because hopefully we're going to be kicking off your weekend with a banger of a game. We'll be back in just a few.
What we've done, a chance to rebuild what was won.
know it would be goodbye, my love. When did the close of forever come, my love? All I recall was a stare that was vacant and cold. Where did the spark go, the warmth that once stole my soul? It seems the glow from within your eyes is gone. I never knew they could also lie fire gone. How can a heart just forget what's kept in stone? I need to know, must I live in this lonely road? Goodbye, my love, we'll drift away. Memories of us in gray. Holding on to bleeding tides. Lost within space and height. Once we were with endless fire, now we part. No more desire, silent nights. We can't deny waiting as we say goodbye. Goodbye, my love, we'll drift away. Memories of us in gray. Holding on to breaking tides. Lost within space and height. I've been searching for a piece of me. I've been counting on the hands of time. I love my body, I love my mind. With desire to out of place, out of space, floating higher.
Feathers been calling, my enemies stalling, my people been balling, my team we been wildin'. Counted 100, we use basic tools. Strategies moving where we gotta move. There wasn't no option, no time on the clock, and no setting it back, and we gotta get profit. I'm standing on top of the glory, the road. We was just rebels, ain't do what was told. When they asked me how we leveled up, without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game spin, no one gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up, or you will get stuck in this game. I'm balling on top of that mountain. I'm on and I'm calling my mom and tell her I'm good. I'm surrounded by family like back in the hood. I was falling from grace, I was misunderstood. Hey, the pressure would sit you right down, but I stood up, I I mean what I say and I say what I mean. On the balcony screaming, they just let me be. B had to slow it down. What goes around comes around. Oh, the frequency different now. I was going through different rounds. Hey, it's crazy, the progress is hitting now. Ain't no sitting and lost and found. I found what I lost in a minute now. I was on the wrong path, I admit it now. My only option was to get it now.
I got it on both and I learned from the losses. My failure was friendship, I saw it was costing. Started like everyone had certain tools. Only difference is I knew what to do. Now everyone calling when progress is stalling. My stock is been slowing, my life it ain't boring. Ain't no more hitting me up when you lose. When it's time to wake up, see you hitting the snooze.
When they ask me how we leveled up without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game spin, no one gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up, or you will get stuck in this game.
Try to like what you feel. Oh, they try to push on my deal. Take your time to complete. I ain't wanna rock star. I can't be the one for you, but you let me wait here. I'm impatient, but I take it. I know you know that I won't be fine. Let me fix your scars. Just one call. Oh my God, girl, be down if you
And here we are, folks. We're getting ready to get into this one now. Map 1, Nighthaven Labs coming up. Obscura versus Core 3. And well, before we get into this one, as is always, we've got to get through some operator bans. We've got to get through some removals of characters from the game because they can be annoying to play against. But first and foremost, let's go and see what there is to offer on this one.
Absolutely, and like I said to you on the pre-show, I'm fairly sure that we will be getting a Cade ban, maybe a Jackal, maybe a Valkyrie. Valkyrie can be stupidly strong on this map as well, especially if they're playing electrical, IT. So, what do you think, Travi? What do you think?
Oh,
First bans.
I think first bans for Nighthaven Labs, it's got to be a hard breacher, right? Take an Ace, take a Maverick off the board, one of those, and just say it.
Yeah.
There goes
you
the Maverick.
go.
Bandit as well, denied a bandit trick, and that immediately is going to make walls. It's given a bit of possibility to the attackers. By having that bandit off the board, you're not having to worry about the tricking. So Thermite, Ace, Habana, any of these slower hard breaches that might just about survive this ban phase, they're going to have an easier time getting the wall open.
There's the
It's
Cade
actually
ban. Monty as well.
Oh, shield ban. I like it.
Yes. It's interesting that Monty is the shield that they go for. Normally people either go for Blackbeard or Blitz. So I guess they're trying to get rid of that push into possibly IT on Breach when they open up Breach. We'll have to see how it plays out, but Operator picks already. Wardens come out, Travi. So
yeah.
So that'll already negate the use of smokes and flashbangs.
Yeah, I mean, for me, a big deal on this one is going to be that pick of the Mirror. She's not one we see to survive the ban phase a hell of a lot, but for me, the concern right now for the attack of Core 3 already is going to be is that Montaigne, as you say, is so good for gaining the space, gaining territory, and then you look towards what Obscura are bringing, but by the fact that there's no Montaigne available to the attack, they're going to have to push into both a Mirror and an Azami. This site is going to be built up like a fortress, going to be very difficult to get into for the attack. And on top of that, without a shield to really gain that territory, they may struggle to. So, hence why we're seeing the Blitz, hence why we're seeing the Ying. But as you said, there is a Warden on the board.
Absolutely, and that Warden can be used to great effect, especially when there is a Blitz coming at you from Warehouse. They might push from Warehouse or IT or Electrical or come from behind as well. But it seems to me at the moment that they're going to be pushing into Connector.
Yeah.
Thermite already opening Connector Terrace.
Incredibly fast of it as well. You can see Robbo here holding it behind the mirror window. P90 ACOG in hand. Terrifying weapon, but the tools from Core 3 are being brought there. As you see, the Ash takes rid of the mirror window. And well, at the 5-throw, oh, in 2 gets a nice pick onto Pylus there. And this early push in towards Connector, it's being punished out here by Obscura. They're holding it well, and they take the Ying off the board. And that's a massive blow to the attack.
I would just like to point out the balls on Rob right there to reinforce that wall
Oh,
while
yeah.
he knows that there was an attacker peeking. But already one goes down and Deimos is down and Infanto already takes one out, but does get blinded by the Blitz. A good cover there, and a C4 does go out.
And that's it. And now the fallback there. Good bit of teamwork there from Obscura to not give the Blitz the space. However, eventually it will be taken there. As you can see, Resurrect already pushing up. Playing it close there, but you've got to be careful there on the Blitz because, as you can see, Infontu going to be playing it close, tight up, held with the shotgun. Elsewhere, though, Tyso does go down there. Moretti, and it's 4 versus 3 right now. Connector wall is open. Core 3 have done what they need, but they somehow need to find a way to equalize this man advantage.
Obscura are playing really well, though, covering all angles. They're not over-peaking. They're playing patient, waiting for those audio cues. But I'm a little concerned about Mute there, so close to the Blitz. I was thinking that Warden was going to push up from the call-out from Mute to play close to counter the Blitz as he gets a little bit closer. But Dockerby shoots in Electrical, sorry, excuse me. And 2 already down from Obscura. Travis kind of falling apart a little bit. And
it is a little
one
bit.
out.
Oh no, and then Moretti gets another there. Triple kill in the round. Now it leaves up all to Chris here in the 1 versus 2 situation. Diffuse is going down, but unaware of the play through the smoke. A quad kill for the Ash there, just storming on through. Core 3 off to a brilliant start in that one there. Despite some hiccups along the way, they're able to just take advantage of, I think, Obscura there, especially towards that midpoint of the round. They just got a bit over swingy. They just got a bit overconfident and started going for things that perhaps really shouldn't have they shouldn't have been going for, and it cost them the man advantage that they held. It cost them the round, I feel, at the end of the point there. And Core 3, they're going to be more than happy to mop that one up. Seems like both teams are going to be running back the exact same strategy. Question is, how does it play the second time around? Now you know what to expect.
Well, no Warden now this time, but again, I would like to point out the fact that it was Mute playing close to Electrical, but what was interesting to me was the fact that Warden wasn't there to counter the Blitz. Mute was in a bit of a tough position there to try and take out the Dokkaebi and Electrical, and obviously got taken out and was pushed from 2 different angles. So I guess it was just peeking at the wrong time, over peeking. Probably a lack of communication on when they're peaking together.
Yeah.
It's I think just things just fell apart at the wrong time there, Travi.
Yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate one for Obscura, but yet again, they're going to this strong site, and yet again, look at the same operators they've got, you know, very similar lineup, and I think the adaptation of removing the ward and going on something like the Goyo here is a good choice. Core 3 played that round very, very aggressively, and Obscura felt like they needed something to slow them down. That's where the Vulcan canisters comes in, that's where this fire comes in, and it's going to give them the possibility to just make things a little bit slower. As for the attack, though, it seems like they're going to be trying the same thing yet again. The only thing I'm worrying about right now is look at the player. Taiso's down below, and Robbo's got one on Tomready there, immediately taking out the star player of the previous round here. Obscura off to a good start.
But also Blitz now is in lobby stairs. Surely the audio would have come through, but a little bit more methodical here coming out from Core. Even though they're down a player, they are taking it just a little bit slower. It's interesting they haven't tried to open IT yet. Breaking open electrical barricade right now, and just taking a moment. C4 goes out, and that's one out of the pocket. But look at Inafontu right there, just on the corner of the electrical window. Do they know he's there?
Oh, shotgun v shotgun. These are the tense moments. These are the big ones. These are the make or break for a lot of these rounds, and they just can't seem to be facing each other at the right time here. Finally, Infoni2 takes a shot out there, but can't quite find the pick. Instead, it's Psych gets one back. 4 versus 4 now, but they need to be careful. Latency down on the thermite there. But injured, should be recoverable, will indeed be there. Resurrect going to be resurrecting. Well, the push-up from Core is starting happening on through, but yet again being stalled out by these toxic babes after round to burn here. And look at the HP of these offensive players.
Absolutely, this is great cover from Rob on the connector breach. Ooh. Oh, and what a shot from Taiso. Absolutely takes him out. What a shot. And they're already down another player, and that's Ying as well, so important. And Core just have to be really conservative here. And Resurrect just runs away now, just on the roof. And Case is down. So Travi, what do they need to do here?
They need to team back up. They're trying to push pressure and isolate these players on towards rafters here. But do they know about Taiso there? You can see the outline playing tucked up in IT. Going to give the game away there. Taken down by the Vendetta, but Owl there. Huge double, finds the trade back, takes the blitz, as you see here in the replay. It immediately locks onto the player outside of the breach there. Beautiful long-range shooting there. Beautiful recoil control, and it ties us up 1 apiece. A much better round there from Obscura, tying up the wrongs of the previous round and playing a little bit, something a bit more, I think, of what we know both these teams are capable of, right? They've survived to this 2-2 point. They're both going to be good. They're both going to be competitive. And already, this game's delivering. And I'm just loving how fast and aggressive this one is.
Absolutely. That's exactly what I was just going to say. The pacing of this is so fast. Everybody's obviously got their strats. Everybody knows their jobs. And this is really great defense coming out here from Obscura. But what I would like to point out is this is an incredible thing to watch already. We're 2 rounds in, and some great Siege is being played here. But it's great for me too, because, you know, staying up until 5 AM playing Siege at the rank that I'm at, I see some very questionable characters. So seeing Siege being played at the level, at quite a high level, is it's great fun to watch, and I'm having a great time already.
Yeah, that's it. And it's just that aggression from both these teams. I don't think it's slowing down. I'm looking at the lineup Obscura are bringing here. They've got a Vigil. They've got a Scopus. They want to be bringing the Assault here to Core 3. They don't want to be letting them get anything. Psych already has the right idea into dealing with it, of course. They're going to be on towards the Nomad. Good bit of flank watch there. But shying away from the Deimos means you're going to have to go hunting yourselves. And for me, it's now all about this time burning here. How much time can be wasted by the players of Obscura? Well, they're going to have to see, because already this round's going aggressive, off to a fast start here. Owl caught off quite early here outside of Cafeteria, sees the head but can't quite hit the shots, feeling the pressure of the world on their shoulders right now. What can you really do in this situation other than just try and run away?
This is such fast pacing. I love this coming out from Core 3. Already they're pushing into kitchen. They're in lounge right now meeting, and one goes down. So will that halt the push? That might halt the push though, but they just have to play very conservative now. Just wait for sound cues, and another one goes down. Chris goes down. Sorry, Resurrect goes down.
4v4, this one's nice and even, but Al doesn't want to keep it even for too much longer. Latisse, see, taken off the board there, 4 versus 3. Advantage goes back towards the way of Obscura. Now, for me, this is the point where you just run away. You've got yourself that advantage. You don't need to fight over this top floor anymore, so you can just run away from it. And that seems like it's the idea, but not everyone from Obscura wants to run back to site. Chris going up all the way towards the top floor. Infinity playing this tight angle by Aqua. It's read into by Psych. Beautiful read, beautiful find here, and yet again, we're back level 3 versus 3, and any advantage that Obscura had, it feels very short-lived.
I was just going to comment on the Legion on CC stairs there. Like, if Nomad knew that he was there, but that was a beautiful shot coming out. Pillis, oh my god, takes out Rob. The mirror as well. And this is just really great gunfights. Really great high-level siege coming out here, but it'll be interesting to see how this round plays out. We've got 1:05 left on the clock, and things are starting to slow down a little bit more. And Nomad and Ram left on the board, so Ram playing vertical now, so that'll give them a clear view into sight. But critically, both attackers are upstairs, so they have to keep an eye on the time.
Yeah, that's it right now. So how do you work your way down? Well, Moretti charging on through into Exo. For now, for Obscura, it just seems like it's a game plan. If they just got to hold it back, they've overextended themselves, I feel, yet again with this one, and thrown what was already quite a comfortable advantage, and now we're back where they're now in the disadvantage, and it seems like that one might be growing a bit more as Al takes a lot of damage there, forced out of sight by his own Vulcan canisters. Tries to go for the headshot, but can't quite take down Moretti there, and now it's a 3 versus 1 for Chris Ackerman here on the Vigil. Has the idea about the player vertical utilities pouring on in towards the objective here. Diffuser is going to be stuck through for Core 3. The question is, can it be committed all the way through? An aggressive run through for Chris. Finds the defusing player, but Pillis up from above. Good on the cover. And Core 3 hold on to that attacking round there and keep themselves in the lead.
It's like what I mentioned with the vertical play. That was so important. That's why Ram is such an amazing operator on this map. Whenever I'm playing, I always see a Ram playing that vert, and it scares me to death, because if you try and run across and there's a diffuser down, that's probably round. But great play there from Core 3. And Obscura, I'm not really sure there's much that they could do there. I think that Core 3 just played vertical so well. They had 2 attackers in sight as well, covering the angles. I don't think there's much that they can do. And obviously there is a targeted ban there for Ram. Like I said earlier before we started, Valkyrie has also been banned now. So a lot of intel been removed from the Valkyrie, but critically, I think that's a very good ban there coming up from Obscura on Ram.
Yeah, exactly. I think the target ban for the Ram is very clearly there. It is going to make holding on to this basement a little bit easier, especially in that sort of phase of the round where you're trying to retreat, because 2 rounds now, the 2 rounds like Core 3 have taken, that has been the faux pas for them, where Obscura are unable to retreat back into the objective from what is a very aggressive roam, and it is a good strategy. You know, I'm not saying don't go for these aggressive roams, don't go for these aggressive plays, but you have to know when to pull back, and for Obscura, I feel like they're doing that a little bit late. So the removal of the Ram, the restriction of that vertical, it's going to give them a bit more breathing room on those rotations. It's going to give them a little more safe, couple more safe windows, and a bit more of an opportunity to get back to the objective in one piece, because if they can take a couple of kills, get back without losing the advantage they secured on the first floor, this should be a comfortable closeout for Obscura. But Core 3, as we've seen, they're willing to play aggressive, they're willing to take the gunfights to them, and I don't think that's going to stop anytime soon.
Very true, but they're also taking things into account now. They're also covering the vert. I believe they have a couple of defenders upstairs in CC hallway and IT, so that's really important to cover off that vertical. So Core 3 will have to be aware of that now. It's worked once, so are they going to have to switch things up to make it work a second time? They are attempting to breach IT currently, so I'm very interested to see how this plays out, Travi.
Yeah, it's a different take from what we saw before. Obviously, before we saw that just straight, very aggressive hop in towards kitchen cafeteria side. This time, a bit more of a more default clear. Try and force through the top floor here. Of course, you're going to have the visual. You're going to have the Scopos playing around these positions. Not necessarily going to win the round up here, just trying to play their lives out, trying to burn as much of that clock as possible. And you can already see their presence being felt, the phantom pressure on the attack of Core 3. We're a minute into the round here, and while they've got some key breaches on the top floor open, that's about it. And the defenders, well, they're not looking scared at all. Look at this, Tyso playing very aggressive to the IT breach right now, and that aggression, it's going to be paying off there. Gets a freebie onto Resurrect. Pillis eventually does claim 2 back, just a backstab coming in through from Electrical's side there. And yet again, that extension from Obscura, it's being punished, but Owl is there to keep things even. 3 versus 3 now as we approach the halfway point.
And crucially, Diffuser went down there for a second, but Core have picked it back up. And playing Vert at the moment, I believe, was Legion, but he's now rotated back down to site, which is a good decision. Or rotating back to site, sorry, I should say, which is a very good decision. Just play with the team. It's power in numbers. So I believe what I would do in this situation for Core 3 is try and play off the Vert. See if you can get upstairs. See if you can try and cut off the rotation from Obscura, which is exactly what they're doing now.
Yeah, but the issue is that main vert of the Buck, Resurrect, is completely dead. It means you're trying to open up these vertical holes here with the secondary shotgun. And as you can see, Robu down below with the C4 in back pocket, ready to try and make that one spring, ready to try and make it a free little pick over the way there and elsewhere as well. Moretti's going to go down. It's now advantage Obscura approaching the execute. And well, this happened in round number 2. And when this one did, it was a round that went the way of the defense. However, as you say, 35 seconds still to play for. A little bit of utility remaining in the pocket of the attackers here. And more importantly, they've got information. 6 drones available. They're charging in sight, knowing what to expect here. The question is, how can they manage to dissect this one to try and find it? Well, they've got the information on towards Robu there, on towards the mirror. They've got to try and isolate this player, try and get this 1v1, force her out of position with the frag grenade, but second one's going to connect. But they're just going to try and tank the damage here, and that causes Psych to go down. Pillis left with it all to do 1 versus 3, 10 seconds. And I think this one might be a done deal here as Obscura look primed to take their second.
Absolutely. And again, fantastic defense coming out here from Obscura. Again, just far too slow there from Core. I like the idea of the droning just before the last push, but yeah, just far too slow. But again, I don't think, I mean, for me as watching Obscura defend, it's so organized. Mira's holding one angle. You've got one by what's the word there, Travi? Behind the what's the word I'm thinking of?
The thing. We'll go with
the thing. We'll go with the thing.
We'll go with
behind
the
a wall.
thing
We'll go with a wall. We'll go with a wall.
Literally.
Behind wall, just watching that entrance, it's really, really organized. But I did like the fact that Core did try and retake the vertical. But as you say, that loss from Buck, I think, really hurt them later on in the round. But it is 2-2. And this is a very entertaining game of Siege. I've been really enjoying this already.
I feel like I'm watching a Border or something. I don't feel like I'm watching a Nighthaven Labs. It typically plays a little bit slower, very methodical.
Absolutely.
Heavy. Get the walls open, do your picks them one by one by one by one. But Obscura, they just don't stop swinging. They're going for extended holds. They're going for this aggression time after time after time. And as the scoreline at the top of the screen suggests, it's a bit of a coin flip. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's really just down to whether you win your ones or not. And when you're taking that kind of a 50-50, we end up at these very close scorelines here.
Absolutely, and it's the same similar situation that we had with the very, very long cast that we had the other day. And it's honestly awesome to see the back and forth, but as you can see, Resurrect coming out with the Blackbeard, so it'll be interesting to see where they play, if they play on IT, just to give out information. Ace already breaking open the IT breach. And we have one upside down, and they're going to peek, and Inafonso takes him out. Well, good idea, Pillis, but I'm afraid your forehead was just a bit too big.
Yeah, and that's just one of those really, really aggressive Obscura positions that I don't think anyone can account for. Any sane Siege player wouldn't be expecting there to be someone playing that vulnerable of a position because, trust me, Infontu gets droned in that position, dead man. No way out of that one. It's one of those positions where there's just no way through it. But 3B misdrone from Core, it does get punished, and that's what this aggressive playstyle used to. You need to be checking everything, you need to be doing your due diligence, and punishment from Obscura, well, at least early on in this round, it's going to be going their favor as they secure themselves a man lead, and all 5 players just going to be playing around this objective.
Absolutely, and notice how the mirror on command was broken. So Azami, a very good idea too, reinforced off that wall, but Diffuser is currently cold and it is outside IT, and Blackbeard has to rotate to IT. So, oh, but here comes Ash.
Yep,
so
here comes Murray. But uh-oh, there's someone swinging. Why are we giving that one away in Fontu? That's just one of those freebies that time and time again, it's punished Obscura when they give away those kind of freebies. They've lost 2 rounds off the back of it, and it doesn't seem like those mistakes are being rectified anytime soon. As the site wall, well, it is going to be opened up there by the can opener of Psych, but C4 from
What a
Chris
C4.
takes the striker, and that gives the round the advantage firmly into the pockets of Obscura right now. Holding a 4 versus 2 against the Blackbeard, against the Ash. 45 seconds left for this attack to try and bring something together here, but well, Moretti is going to make a start of it. Takes down Tyso there, 3 versus 2. Yet again, equalizing things almost here. Just 1 kill stands between the 2 teams. But a very split approach here from Core could lend some isolation of these picks if Obscura can play their cards right.
Core, you have to push together. You have to coordinate this push. And one goes down, and Moretti takes down Chris. So now it's just the Blackbeard versus the Azami. Oh my goodness, that was fast, Travi.
Yeah,
oh
yet
my.
again. It's just another one of these end rounds going down to 1 versus 1. 2 1v1s, one happening towards IT server, one happening in towards the command side and coming in from Aqua. 2 1v1s, it just goes down to a coin flip. It just goes down to 50-50 who wins the 1v1s. In that case, it's Obscura. They come out on top, and now for the first time, off the back of tailing 2 rounds together for the first time all map, we're going to be heading to our tertiary bomb site, control storage, and I'm really excited to see how Obscura play this one because we've talked about it so much before. Not only can you play the vertical from above, you can play it down from below, and Chris Ackerman on the pulse with the C4 back pocket, already knowing what the game plan is here.
Well, absolutely. Buck could play the vertical, but Ash critically could also play bottom as well with the breaching charges. But one thing I would like to point out as I'm a relatively new caster, the pacing is phenomenal from these 2 teams here. And the coordination as well from the pushes has been relatively good. It's just been the defense from Obscura has been fantastic. And watching the pacing, I can't keep up, but the gunfights are so fantastic to watch as well. And I hope everybody who's watching is enjoying it, because I certainly am.
Yeah, I imagine everyone is. These are probably, don't get me wrong, it's not the most strategically deep game. If you want to learn how to do a default take on labs, this is probably not the game to be watching. If you want some entertainment to kick off your weekend, this is probably the game to be watching right now. Not that boring slop over on North American League. No, what you want are these really exciting games where it's just coming down to shooty bang bang here. We're playing the first person shooter component of Siege to an absolute T here. Obscura, yet again, just playing these aggressive angles, always at the forefront, making sure that Core can't take anything without having to fight for it, and it is going to make things very, very interesting as we approach towards our second half here. But with the IT wall finally open, Tyso going to have to retreat on away here. It feels like we might just be more of a slower round, perhaps a bit more what we used to seeing here as Core. Just have to go hunting, try and find some drones, and try and see if they can find these players of Obscura.
Yeah, a bit more of a methodical entrance here coming out from Core. Do they know about the pulse underneath, though? That is something crucial. They have to drone downstairs as well. And a C4 going out. But again, like you say, a bit more of a slower round this time.
Yeah, this feels more like the Nighthaven Labs I'm used to seeing here. The slow play, vertical play, the teamwork here from Core to try and force Infontu here into a really difficult spot. And they're going to do that. They're going to force them away. And as well, with Albion taken off the board there, a push towards the objective can be happening. With the pulse dislodged from Latsitsi below, well, that's the fuser going to be stuck down here. C4 is going to be thrown. It's going to take down the planter, but the man count here is already chalked here for the side of Obscura. It's a 2 versus 4 situation. A minute 20 to left to try and hold on to here. Cover from above, cover from below. Infin2 wants to try and get close, can't quite find the pick back, and it's all on to Robu. 1 versus 4 situation. Catches the blitz looking the wrong way here, but going to be very hard pressed to find this one. Hold on, team kill from Pillis, but no, Moretti closes it out, and Core 3 take us out of the first half of the game, even. Oh my lord, what a round.
No, I just thought Blitz heard my singing from outside. I'd have the same reaction. I'd probably want to look the other direction if somebody heard my singing, but that was unbelievably fast. Blitz dropping, was it dropping hatch, or would they came through the doorway, didn't they? So
yeah, they literally.
Yeah, just what was surprising was how easy it was for Blitz to just get into sight, but that was good recovery from Core to recover that round, but everything happened so fast. I couldn't see what happened, but wow, this is awesome.
Yeah, that's it. This is just one of those games that just keeps on delivering. Like with this fast aggression, I'm really curious to see how it feels now we're on the other side of things. Obscura going towards the attack. Are they going to keep the paces up? Because otherwise I feel like we're about to see 6 rounds straight of Ying and Maru, Sense, Glaz, whatever the hell you want to call it, type rushes. I just almost feel like that's what we're going to be in for here. I do think Obscura need to slow things down slightly, because I'd argue 2 of the rounds they lost there could have been winnable if they just hadn't have given away that man advantage. It feels like I'm watching a game of ranked almost, in a sense. They're very aggressive, they're swinging anything and everything, and that swing or be swung mentality, it's great sometimes, but on a map like Labs, there is room for punishment, and it's what got Core what I would argue is a very respectable, very good coming out, very good showing, 3-3 split on the attack.
Absolutely, but one thing I have realized, being a passive-aggressive player myself, is watching aggressive players, is that they are well aware of the clock, they're well aware of the time, they're very, very quick with information and drone work, which is amazing for playing Siege, because obviously Siege is a time game. But it's different if you play aggressive and do it well, or if you play aggressive and do it recklessly, right? Yeah. And one thing I did notice in that round was that there was a lack of coordination in terms of that final push. Blitz was in the site, so you know, maybe another operator could have came and help him from the window, flash in, smoke, plant, get that diffuser down. But maybe Core have now learnt the lesson that Obscura have played very aggro for the last round, so maybe they're ready for it now. We'll have to see.
Yeah, that's it. It's a whole new half and a whole new face to this game, possibly. And it surprises me. The lineup that Obscura is bringing, no Roam Hunters. I was expecting Deimos' Yings, as I said, and instead it's a much more muted, much more default lineup. Yeah, you've obviously got Owl and Chris on the Thatcher Twitch, respectively, to try and deal with that utility being brought by the defenders, these mirror windows. And you've got double down on a hard breach, as well as Tyso to go below and play the vertical. It's a very default lineup here for an Obscura that have been playing anything but for the last 6 rounds, and whether that's going to influence their playstyle or not, well, yet to be seen. Either way, though, we're a minute into the round, and Resurrect here up on Rafters, starting to feel the pressure, starting to feel shots, but Tyso is going to be the one feeling those bullets taken out here, and that's the buck off the board early. Good start for Cole.
Again, a huge pick off the board there from Buck. You know, obviously with the drone work, they could have played underneath, tried to put pressure on the Azami or the mirror. But with Buck gone, that's a huge loss. But one thing I did notice was shots already coming out and pressure already being applied to the defensive side. But things have started to slow down a little bit more now after Obscura are down the Buck. So they have to really think about it in terms of the fact where they've lost that that underfloor advantage. So at the moment, Robbo just pushing up to connect a wall as Al gets taken out. And I believe that was, where was that? Was that first floor warehouse?
That was Moretti. I'm trying to work out where the hell that was. Either way, it's Moretti yet again. I feel like we're saying that name a lot tonight. 13 and 3 so far.
Unbelievable.
Put Obscura in this 3 versus 5, and this is the other thing I wanted to mention on if you've got a second too. Look at this, Psych using this Echo drone here, forcing a complete relocation here from the side of Obscura, as their attack is obviously not going to go through the way they want it to, so they're now going to have to relocate. Only 35 seconds to do so. Look at this, Psych playing it close here. Bearing 9, SMG pistol in hand. Infontu here going to have a really difficult position if they want to walk into this one. Just all the bullets coming on in, they're going to get down. Players trying to fight through to connect the breach here for Obscura, but it's a 2 versus 5. Make it a 1 versus 5, why don't you? Psych claims up 2, and it's Robbo left with it all to do to deny a flawless round. 10 seconds to go. Not a lot you can do from this position. Try and fish for an exit frag, but there's so many bullets, so many players, so many tracers coming your way. It's almost inevitable that one is flawless as Psych closed it up, and it's going to be the lead taken by Core.
As you say, great play there coming out from the Echo and the Echo drone, and just goes to show how much of an awesome operator he is, even after all this time. And in the right hands, Echo can be such a nightmare to mess with on the defensive side if you don't have an IQ, especially with an IQ. He's if you have a good IQ, he can be neutralized pretty easily, but. Yeah, again, Core just defending really well, not over peaking, playing it patiently, really great coordination, and Obscura just haven't been able to crack this egg yet. They've been pretty solid on defense, but it seems on attack they've been a little too aggressive, would you say, Travis?
The one thing that really flagged me for Obscura on their defenses was that, as you say, it's that over-aggression, that almost as a ranked mentality to it, where they're just swinging left, right, center, peak or don't peak, whatever it is. Obscura just want gunfight after gunfight after gunfight. And on defense, it's a coin flip mentality. It works 50% of the time, doesn't 50% of the time, unless you've got like Bono or Spoit on your team, which we obviously don't here. It's going to be one of these situations where now you move on to the attack, that very aggressive swing or be swung mentality doesn't work quite as well, because you've got these sort of interconnected webs of the defenses to try and sort of negotiate your way and work your way through. And this is where I did have a little bit of worry at the back of my head that Obscura might start to struggle. And granted, we've only seen one attack from them, but it didn't fill me with massive amounts of confidence, that one, I can't lie. A flawless round, and it's now really on Obscura to not let Core start to gain momentum, because that 3-3 split, couple of rounds away, and we could be seeing an early end to 98 Labs here.
Do you normally swing on ranked, Travi?
I mean, you know what, when you're playing ranked, it's fun. You're swinging, you're going for it. When you're playing comp, you need to play it as a team, you need to work together, and for right now, for Obscura, they need to find that within themselves. They need to work together to try and clear out these players. More importantly, this top floor here, because there's a lot of presence on towards it for the players of Core, and you need that vertical control to push on to control storage.
Absolutely. But, again, a little bit of a slow start to the round here. Some damage already on the castle. But, one already dropped, and they've already pushed into cafeteria. So...
Just ignoring the top floor.
Yeah.
So, interesting
Do they know Pulse is there, though?
Yeah, they'll know the Pulse is below, but then they'll also have all of these players on the top floor just being ignored, and Moretti's just proving why you do not ignore these top four players, and there's ones below. Obscura walking into a little bit of a sandwich here. There's just nothing they can do. Having to send Inifon2 down to try and deal with this Pulse, but he's already ran away. He's already off running, anticipating dirty little punch hole to try and find anyone. And I'm just looking at this right now for Obscura and going, they need to find something. Someone needs to get some kills going on the board right now, because at the moment it's all Core and there's not much you can do to stop them here.
Well, true that, Travis, but also they've had the experience of Core defending for the last, what, 2 rounds now? So
yeah,
you would have thought that they would have known that there would be a player playing below as a gunfight ensues, and Moretti's just going wild. An insane kill there onto Owl. And another kill Inifon2 takes out Latsi, and it's like what I was saying, Travi. It's just the lack of, well, development, I would say. They're not droning below the site. They're not getting that intel. And Isiki takes out Inifon2, and in a 1v4, I just have to go with Core here.
Yeah, I mean, 13 seconds, 1 versus 4. If Robu pulls this one off, I'm getting his name tattooed on my arm. But Phyllis is going to make sure that one doesn't happen there. Court going to be taking their second defensive round, and a second one in just as dominant of a fashion. And this is where I'm really starting to worry for Obscura, because both attacks we've seen, they've lacked coordination. They've just been swinging individually, and when you take those 50-50 gunfights, they do tend to favor the defenders. And now that Obscura are on the attack, that mentality isn't working on through, and I'm not sure if those 3 defenses, they were enough to get them across the line. Core, they're just 1 round away from overtime, possibly a 2nd round away from taking themselves in towards a possible regulation victory here. Obviously, this is the map pick of Court. They wanted to play Nighthaven Labs. They chose to come here, and they are certainly showing it. Very well with layers of defense here. They obviously have a game plan in mind, but right now for Obscura, they need to come back and they need to just fight with something right now.
Well, true, but they also need to learn from the last round. There is somebody playing obviously below the site, so they have to keep that in mind. Either whether there will be a defender invert, which Siki is currently playing, but they do have to keep this in mind, and they have to learn from that. Drone, we have to drone underneath the site, on top of the site, because at this skill level, defenders will do anything from anywhere to stop you from getting into the site.
Yeah, that's it. There's so much that can be done right now. As already an early entry being made in from Obscura here. Tyso leading the charge on the Blackbeard, wanting to deal with these players towards cafeteria side. But you've got to be careful of who that is, because it's Moretti. And Moretti, we've already seen how well they've done so far tonight. Pilot's not too far behind to try and provide some support here. And look at this. All players of Core are now firing on this Blackbeard here. He's got 3 guns aiming right at him. And
there's no drone work.
You can do in this situation. That's it. Where are the drones? Where's this information gathering? Pause the Blackbeard assault. Send some players the other way. It seems like that might be the game plan for Obscura right now, but you have to rely on Tyso to be able to hold it. Going to throw the drone on through as a bit of a bait, but Chris Ackerman trying to do it on the vertical. A lot of damage being dealt right now, but it's all favouring Core. But
good kill.
That doesn't last for long as Moretti goes down there to Tyso. The Blackbeard trying to claim Pardis as well. Will do just that. And already a much, much better start here from the side of Obscura. If they can just tidy this one up now. It's 2 versus 4. Not too much left standing here. Psych all on the roam, all away from the objective. And that just leaves Latzi down here on objective, down on their lonesome. In a very tricky spot. C4 in hand, but they're the only one standing against the full might of Obscura right now.
The Core getting a little bit over-aggressive there, and Blackbeard having the awareness to pre-fire that corner. But Obscura did recover from that poor drone work, and they just have to play together now. Just push together. I believe they do not have any drones in the pocket, so they just have to play together now.
Here goes down this diffuser. Going to be stuck through for the first time this game. Obscura going to be able to complete the objective of the attack, and now they can just look to pull back, look to run away, and they should be comfortable for this one. Unless Late C can get something massive going as they find 2. But you've got the vertical to contest with here. No C4 to fight it either. 27 seconds is still quite a tall ask here, and it's going to be just a little bit too much there. Obscura finally get an attack across the line here and bring us a little bit closer to tying this one up, and at least an map point for the time being. But what does this second ban phase look like here? Because right now, this could be the opportunity for Obscura to throw a spanner in the works and start building that momentum back the other way.
What do we think, Travi? What do you think's going to get banned here?
Oh, I think we're going to go back to the default bans. I wouldn't be surprised to see a vertical operator taken off the board for the attacker, whether it's a buck, a ram. Yeah, exactly. For the defense, it could be anything. Well, 2 operators that almost play each other in tandem, and it's going to actually be IQ and Pulse combo.
I've never seen that before. That's interesting.
It's a bit of a different set of bans, ones we don't normally see. Obviously, Pulse does have his place. We saw, and I like the idea. I actually like the idea. Reason being, I really like that Pulse ban from Obscura is they are going fast. They like to fight over this ground. But when they especially got to that control storage site, because they know they're probably going to have to attack it at some point in this half as Core are playing it as their secondary. They know they're going to have to attack it. They know they're likely to send a Pulse down below into the basement yet again. And Pulse is probably the only operator you can play effectively from that basement, maybe by the Valkyrie, but even then not as much. So, get rid of the Pulse. You don't have to worry about that basement so much anymore.
Well, not only that also, but Obscura is now running a Blackbeard and Ace, so honestly, in this situation, I wouldn't be surprised if they try and open up IT and try and push through there. So open the IT terrace, get Blackbeard in, maybe with Dockerby, synchronize the use of her gadget as well to get intel on the operators. But they are running 2 hard breaches, so I wouldn't be surprised if they try and go through Connector as well, in tandem with the Ace and on IT. So we'll have to see what happens, but Core just have to play very carefully here. Just be patient.
Doesn't seem like Pilus wants to play patient.
Doesn't
Very
seem that way,
aggressive
no.
ankle out of storage. So aggressive, just wants every single gunfight. I can't get a grip of this match, if I'm being honest with you. It's just so aggressive. I mean, it's fun. I'm never going to take that away from it. And as we approach this point now, you know, it's starting to get serious. It's starting to get tension. I'm just starting to get a little whiff of, dare I say it, perhaps some overtime. But of course, we've got some rounds to get there first. And Latesy wants some more kills. Takes down twice, so that's your Decabi. Your main roam clear off the board.
I notice how Blackbeard's
my,
already
with the
pushed into
deagle.
connector, and Resurrect takes him down with the deagle. That is the ultimate disrespect. But
Yeah.
Ash on IT, proving a bit of a problem. But a great Azami off there. And now Core can just relax a little bit. They have that operator advantage.
Oh
and
my
amazing
God.
C4 coming up from Latzy. And Core are just destroying Obscura at the moment, but a great kill from Inafontu. And oh, what are we doing? Why are we peeking that?
Let's not give this one away here, please. Come on, Core. The first time they played this site on the defense, it was a flawless round, and it was bloody well almost going to be again, unless Infinifontu, I can't say this guy's name straight. Never mind. Anyway, Moretti with the shotgun closed it out. My heart was in my mouth for a second there. I almost thought that one was going to be some miraculous 1 versus 5 clutch, because at that point the mental is chalked. It's 5-5, even playing fields, and we could see some overtime. Right now, a Core, they have themselves match point, or not map point rather. All they need is one more round of the next 2, and they will be closing this one out. Really, what lies in it for me now is this one going to make a difference without this pulse being available. Is that going to be the difference maker? He was such a pain for the side of Obscura last time, and now he's off the board. Is that going to make the difference and allow them to get this site over the line?
Maybe. That's probably why they banned him for this site, probably. But we won't know. But what I will say, Travi, as I always do, it's a pleasure to cast alongside you, my friend. And I'm having a whale of a time casting this. It's that double C4 kill was absolutely unbelievable. Just insane stuff. But that kill in electrical from Inafontu as well, and that Azami running out from Terrace onto IT was a little bit interesting. We'll leave it at that, but this is a great game to watch, and I'm thrilled to be here, and it's a pleasure to share the casting desk with you, good sir.
Always. I'm just having so much fun right now. You know, put the competitive game aside. It's a playoffs match. It's a match for the playoff spot. It's an elimination match. It's do or die, and I will admit, from having casted my fair share of Siege over the last year or so, is you sometimes see it with teams where you get to these elimination games, you get to these high stakes matches, and they start playing scared. They start playing timid. The teams lose their sense of identity because they don't want to be eliminated. And they're not wrong. No one wants to be eliminated. No one wants to go home, especially at the first point of the competition. However, that is not what neither of these teams are doing right now. They're playing this like it's just any other game. The mentality for both sides is so great right now. And it's delivering this matchup where both these teams are playing as themselves, and it's so interesting to watch these playstyles interact with one another. And just as I say that, Violet's playing it close with the shotgun yet again, doing what they've done so well all game. As the top floor clear for Obscura, now needs to come through.
Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Goodbye, Tyso. Thank you for coming. Unbelievable awareness there coming out, but gunfight already in electrical,
God.
and Pillis takes him out. And unbelievable aggression, but it's working for Pillis.
Yeah, but Infinifontu gets 1-2 back the other way, so we are 3 versus 3 of them, but Kit's being held upstairs, and it's all on to Pilus to hold it, but he cannot do that. Chris takes down the mute there, has the idea about the second one, pushing him from server side, and it's Resurrect here. Legion shotgun in hand, maybe not the best weapon for taking these long-range gunfights. Half the round to play for here. It's a decision right now for Core. Do you want to fight over this, or do you just want to retreat back to site and give them up the space? It seems like we're going to be going for the former of the two options here, as Moretti and Resurrect, they want to fight for this one, but the fuse has been robbed. It's daylight robbery. It's going down in the site below, and the players of Core, they're in no position to contest it. It will be stuck on fruit, and now an almost impossible post-plant awaits them.
But crucially, both defenders upstairs in a gunfight just starting out in warehouse, and Inafontu takes out Resurrect, and that's huge. And it's now a 3v1, but Moretti does take him down. Now, it's top fragger,
Oh my,
and it takes
Moretti.
out Chris. Oh my goodness. Can he get this last one? But
The hardest
Robo's
back fight.
outside.
Yeah, but you've got the vertical. That's the thing.
Oh, yes,
Robo's
the
got
vert.
the perfect position right now. Moretti has the whole weight on his shoulders right now. But if there's a player to clutch this situation up, it's almost certainly going to be Moretti. But I think the clock's going to be the one to deal the blow here. No choice left but to stick it on through. Robo knows it. We all know it. And we've got one more round in this one as Obscura just about hold on. And we go to the brink of regulation.
Took way too long for Core to come downstairs and back to site. That shit. After I believe it became, what was it, a 3v3? Definitely rotate back to site. Spending way too long playing vertical. I think I know what they were trying to do. Obviously playing off vert, trying to deny the plant. But by that time, Obscura were already in the site with Diffuser, so it kind of defeats the purpose of playing off the vert. So if it were me, I would just rotate back to site, regroup, get back to site, make sure I'm in a safe place, and just try and stop that plant.
Yeah, that is the game plan, and I think that's definitely the adaptations. And as you say, it's not a massive task for the side of Core to try and make those small adjustments there. As you say, get to the 3 versus 3, retreat on back, Dara. So I think it's the right call. Go back to this objective, give it a second go around here for Core. Basement did not look too great from them, I have to give it. Basement was perhaps not the site to be going to. It's definitely a reason why it's their tertiary, not their prime, secondary one. So we're going to go back to control storage. We're going to be giving it yet another go, and things are changing for the defense here. As you can see, Lacey going to be hopping on towards the clash. First time we've seen her all game, and I can't wait to see what she's bringing to the table here, because it's going to slow Obscura down, and that is something we've seen them struggle with so far.
Let's hope she doesn't get naded in a corner.
Fingers
Let's
crossed.
let's hope not. That was incredibly funny to watch at the SSI.
If you know, you know. Those of you in chat, if you know, you know.
Yeah, I remember our reaction. It was almost disbelief, I believe. Wall opening up now onto Connector. And are they aware, though, of the Melusi?
Yep. Drones
Good
going
drone
in. They
work coming out.
Should be aware, but then so are Core. And Yellow Ping's coming on through, and this is where Pilots could do some damage from below. C4 in back pocket. Use the Yellow Pings from the clash there to try and feed the information to the player down below. Get the C4 up, get a nice, easy freebie there for very, very, very little risk. Whether that's going to be what's going to happen or not, that's another question. We can see the game plan here from Core. It's pretty obvious right now, but whether that's going to happen, well, on to...
Oh!
Gone by the C4, ran it into existence, reverse caster cast, and now 4 versus 5.
Unbelievable. So Clash playing electrical was the information for that C4 going out. Fantastic work coming out from Core. This is amazing stuff. Chris obviously droning into Connector Breach, and Clash again is just such a scary operator, just giving that information. Will she give out the call?
This is the risk here. This is where it's all about to bubble on over here. The one that's going to define, but it's actually Resurrect from the long angle there. Holding on to this top floor site here. Knows about the player. Trying to push him towards rafters. Has the goo mines. Has the Vulcan canister there to support. In such a good position right now, Obscura. They've got the world against them here to try and survive on this Nighthaven Labs for a little bit longer. To try and keep themselves going in this one. To try and just bring us to overtime. But in a 3 versus 5, the vertical not cleared at all. It's seeming very, very unlikely right now as we enter the final minute of the round here, and what I feel very much could be the final minute of our stay on Nighthaven Labs.
Core just have to keep it up. They've been playing this site really, really well so far. It's just been a vertical battle, and Obscura are nowhere near the site right now. And they've got a reinforced cam in IT right now, and Robo's just pushed in. So that intel will be coming out as Tyso gets taken out by Resurrect, and Pillis takes out Rob. So it's now just a 1v5, and unbelievable round coming out from Core. That was unbelievable Rainbow Six Siege from them.
Yep, and with that goes the game. With that goes the map, just like that. Flawless round, second one for their defensive side, and such a good showing from Core. Really, really good stuff. And, well, as we look towards this second map here, it almost went to overtime. Very much almost did, but the question is, can we go to an overtime, Dara? I want to go there. I'd love to see some more rounds between these two teams. I'd love to see it just go a little bit longer than 12. I feel that was a bit of an injustice on that one, stopping at that point of the game. But, well, we'll have to wait and see, won't we? That was an incredible match of Siege to watch.
There's no argument from me there, but honestly, just Obscura just well, they got absolutely destroyed on that last round, and I don't think there was honestly anything they could have done. I think the clash play coming out from Core was absolutely magnificent. That C4 below electrical to get that kill and those callouts, incredible stuff. And it's incredible Rainbow Six Siege to watch. I think my mouth was agape when I saw it, but Core just playing that vertical protection, they didn't even let Obscura into the building. I'm fairly sure most of them died right outside of either IT or electrical. So
yeah,
unbelievable.
That was a beatdown, that last round. Speaking of beatdowns, want to talk about Moretti for just 2 seconds before we throw it to break. 19-5 during map 1. Unbelievable performance there across 12 rounds. That's about 1.5 kills per round. Unbelievable stuff. And I don't think he's slowing down anytime soon. But for us, we are going to be slowing down for just a couple of moments. We're going to throw things to a quick break, folks, but don't go anywhere because Lair is coming up. And if it's anything like Nighthaven Labs, it's bound to be a banger. So go grab a drink, stay hydrated. We'll be back in a few with map 2 of the evening.
She stole a smile and my heart responded. She's everything I never knew I wanted. And money won't buy her happiness. Yeah, she's my kind of glamorous. Natural beauty, what it's all about. Tell something to me, can't figure it out. I never thought that I would find someone that I can't resist. This might be as close to heaven as I will ever get. I see perfection and a heart of gold. Always got my attention, beautiful soul. Beautiful soul, heart of gold. Beautiful soul, always got my first time feeling rush. She's laid back and catch you up. A real homebody, it's wonderful. I never thought that I would find someone that I can't resist. This might be as close to heaven as I will ever get. I see perfection and a heart of gold. Always got my attention, beautiful soul. Someone that I can't resist. This might be as close to heaven as I will ever get. I see perfection and a heart of gold. Always got my attention, beautiful soul. I'm a la 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 loner. La 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 loner. Every time I try to fit in, it ends up in misery, yeah. Socializing doesn't fit me, but I can get away so easy. I was born a misfit, don't go with the cool kids. It's all overrated, no I never missed it. I was born a misfit, don't go with the cool kids. It's all overrated, I just didn't read it. I'm a la 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 loner. La 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 loner.
dancing on your body. Crazy on my own, but all in. I can feel the eyes all staring, but I don't care about them saying. I was born a misfit, don't go with the cool kids. It's all overrated, no I never missed it. I was born a misfit, don't go with the cool kids. It's all overrated, I just didn't read it. I'm a la 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 loner. La 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 loner. La 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 loner. I'm an outlaw in this world. I'm a la 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 loner. La 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 loner. La 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 loner. I'm an outlaw in this world.
There's a beauty in the way you're warm, and the sharpness of your thorns. So vibrate in the imperfections. In the pain, there's something real. All that anger so concealed. Still you're lost in how to feel. Just let me hold that severed world. There's a beauty in the way you lay, and the way your color fades. You stand out now with your imperfections. Oh, it was never meant to fall apart. It was not supposed to cause us harm. But these days, all I do is wonder, is about another we could start again. 'Cause in the pain there's something real. Oh, that anger so concealed. Still you're lost in how to feel. Just let me hold. Oh, that's severed world. The pieces feel so cold. All the tears won't bring it back to life. But hate will always grow.
And here we are, almost approaching the second map of the evening, heading into Lair. It's going to be a banger, and despite, you know, the very nail-biting loss over on Nighthaven Labs, the camp of Obscura, they ain't slowing down. They're still ready to fight, and the vibes in the camp are incredibly high right now.
Absolutely, and it's quite hilarious listening to. But at the same time, it's great to see that, you know, obviously the game is people do get very passionate about the game, but it's also great to see, you know, spirits are still high, having a great time, and that's why we're here, to have a great time, Travi, I think. And we certainly have. I think we've had a fantastic time so far in that first game. Some fantastic plays, some fantastic kills, and well. We'll have to see what happens in this next game, but what I am hoping for is definitely an ace.
Yeah, well, I don't want an ace, because if you haven't been keeping an eye on chat, or if you're watching on the VOD, if you haven't been paying attention to chat, it is going to be one of these situations where if we get an ace, we've got to sing around. So,
hey, do you not like a bit of a sing-song, Travis? I love a bit of a sing-song.
I love a sing-song. Do I love a sing-song when I'm trying to cast a eliminations game of Siege? Possibly not. It might maybe not be the one thing I really do want to do, but you never know. We might get there at some point.
Well, it's okay. If while they're pushing into sight, I'll sing Sweet Caroline, and maybe they'll get kills in time to the bum bum bum. We'll see. But yeah, no, this is going to be a very interesting map. And it's always fun to cast on this map, even though, you know, I'm still relatively new to this map. It's great to see, you know, the entry points, the types of engagement that these teams get into, because you never know. It's a mixed bag. One team can absolutely dominate a map, but another team can dominate the next, and then it just goes to the last map, and it can go either way. So you just never know with these things. But my prediction, I believe that Core are going to get this one as well. If Nighthaven is anything to go by, they seem a lot more disciplined. There is definitely some more tactics going on there, and it seems to me like we might be in for another tight map, but I think that Core might edge this one.
Yeah, I think you're right on the mark for that one. Core, they've just played a higher level of the teamwork, I think, and on a map like Claire, on a map, you know, where it's a bit more teamwork oriented, it's a little more focused on being able to how you're able to play off of the back of each other. It's definitely going to be one of these situations where they're going to need to be able to play together. And Obscura, I just didn't really feel like they were able to put that together, especially on the attacks of Labs. I feel like there were just numerous situations where they were just dismantled, looking like a second-rate team, not looking like they were competitive at all. A couple of flawless rounds, and now it's just one of these situations where can Obscura right those wrongs? We, had a chat with some of the players and some of the teams, Kirito as well. Because Obscura are known for liking to play with that ranked mentality, are liking to known for playing that aggressive play style. So the question is, can they change that? Can they go to something a bit more teamwork oriented? Can they go to something a little more default? Can they play well enough on Lair to get us going constant? That is the really big question right now.
Yeah, it's always an exciting spectacle to talk about, but I feel like in terms of Obscura, if they want to catch Core off guard, the droning has to be much faster, the entry has to be a lot faster. They are aggressive, sure, but again, it's like I said last map, there's a balance between being aggressive and doing it well, and being aggressive and just dying off rip, right? So, there are some sides, I believe, that you can play off vert, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's about the case of just droning out that verticality and underneath as well, making sure that all sectors are clear before you push, and it has to be a coordinated push, right? Because you can't just dive in willy-nilly, which Obscura have been doing. They've kind of had the safety of the Blackbeard, and it worked in one round, but at the same time, they've done it in multiple rounds, and it just hasn't worked out for them. So it'll be interesting to see if they can adapt to what Core throws at them, and vice versa.
Yeah, it's going to be very curious to see what exactly we head to. And well, speaking of what we head to, it's going to be a miniature another little break here, folks. Do apologise for this, we're just waiting for one of the players to get back from the break. But don't you worry, we'll be back with this game ASAP, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of modes.
I've seen relics of kingdoms past and crowns of ancient kings. I've heard stories of distant lands, realms I long to reach. Your voice, it beckons me to go to worlds unexplored, to leave behind my home and wander.
myself. When I feel sad, I escape from my sense. Lately, music's been my reminiscence. That's when I listen. I know it's bad that I can't help myself. When I get mad, I set fire to the hell. The only way to keep it at a distance, that's when I listen. Music is the reason why I stay. A cheering melody will fix a melancholic heart.
1. Welcome back on in, folks. Apologies for the delay there. That one was just a little bit of technical issues, mishaps happening, a couple of issues with operator bands, rehosting, etc., etc. But we are live. Thank you for bearing with us. And we're ready to get back into things after what was an incredibly entertaining Nighthaven Labs.
Absolutely, and honestly, I'm excited for this map. But the little break did give me time to refill my water and get a nice little Freddo. So you can't go wrong with a Freddo.
No, Freddo's a bit of a thing, aren't they, with us?
Yeah.
You know, the reoccurring trend of the old Freddo. Not sponsored, just, you know, appreciate some good chocolate.
Well,
Anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in SSI we had how many? I can't remember how many Freddos I had during SSI. Honestly, I ate so many.
Four of them, so
Yeah.
we all had quite a few.
Well, I kept my energy up during the thing, so you know.
Yeah, sugar helps. But what's going to be helping Obscura right now is going to be needing that team coordination. We saw them struggle with a little bit on Nighthaven Labs, so we're going to have to hope they're able to rectify it here over on Lair. Our next map pick of the evening, of course, whether they're going to be able to or not, that is going to be, I suppose, the question that awaits us all, and whether they're going to be able to get things going or not. So they're going to be starting off quite slowly compared to Lair Labs. Throwing things in, going one by one, and just slowly making an advance. But I don't think Tyso wants to keep it slow for too long.
No, absolutely not. And already shots coming out from Moretti. Look how close they are already to each other, and a bit of a fast-paced round already. As well, Tyso goes down, as you said. But Core already upped that one round due to Obscura taking too long to get started. But and Pillis not wasting any time either, taking down Inafontu. And just, again, far too slow from Obscura. They're all kind of in the same place. There's not really anybody moving around. And, well, apart from the Blackbeard, but it's, again, taking unnecessary risks. And yeah.
It's
Just
problematic.
unnecessary risks, yeah.
It's the exact same mistakes that we saw punished him on Nighthaven Labs. I mean, you bought Infontu on the Nomad. Where is the flank watch? Because right now, Robu's left to try and deal with it, but there's two players coming. C4 goes out, but it's Psyche to claim the kill, and it's all up to Chris Ackerman, 1 versus 5, and it just feels like we're seeing a little bit of a repeat of Labs here, I feel, Dara. Flawless rounds to kick things off on the defensive core. Never mind, I scrap that as I say it. Pilus goes down there. Chris Ackerman takes one down here on the R4C. I mean, 1 versus 5 clutch. It's not unheard of. It's not impossible, but it is certainly a very, very tall ask, especially at the might and the utility that Core 3 have right now. 60 seconds left in this round. It's how does Chris want to deal with this one? Hatches are closed, so you're going to have to funnel him through one of the doorways. You're going to have to funnel him through one of the more regular methods. So pop down the stairs in towards warehouse. But for now, it's really what do you do from here? You're pushing up, going in towards the objective, but you've only got 30 seconds left to clear it. Core are all spread out. They should be able to find us when they hear the player off the back of the Fenrir utility. Latesy mops it up. And Core, they're going to get a very nice, easy restart to Labs Lair here.
And a bit of a broken replay. We'll completely ignore that. Core absolutely getting the right idea there. Just waiting for the attacker to come to them, not getting aggressive, playing really patient, great discipline, and just nothing really much to say on the part of Core, and just played it really nicely. But again, way too slow from Obscura, all staying in the same place, and like you said, there was no flank watch at all, so Core just flanked them, and the round was over already from that flank. So you know, maybe Obscura can kind of, excuse me, can work with that, and let's hope that they can adapt to it as well. Otherwise, it's going to be a very, very quick map and a very, very easy map for Core.
Yeah, that is it. I think right now for Obscura, all of the whole game, whether we go to a consulate or not, it all depends on this attacking half here for for Lair. I feel if Obscura can get 2 rounds going, I'd say that's the give and go for a Lair attacking half. They're probably quite comfortable. They can 50-50 their way through the defense, taking advantage of it, swing it exactly how we know they like to play. But they need to make this attack work. As I said, we saw them really struggle with it over on Nighthaven Labs. And Lair, at least round 1, doesn't look like a different story. But Obscura, maybe the game plan is just to play into the aggression. Looking at the operator lineup here, as all 5 players seem to storm in through the same sort of southern side of the map. Look at what they're bringing. A Thinker, Blitz, a Lion, and a Blackbeard. This one, they want to go fast, they want to take executes, and they want to just spam that utility, spam those LMGs.
Yeah, very aggressive lineup, and I believe Blitz is just going to dive right in. Same with the Blackbeard, and they're going to rush straight into B side as the Frost gets taken down by Chris. And again, a very aggressive push coming out here, but it hasn't worked. Moretti and Resurrect take 2 players from Obscura, and it's all gone from bad to worse. As Al gets one, but he's half HP, and he's going to have to get out with Pilus as well. And it's all just happened so fast. They've lost Diffuser, and I couldn't see what happened there, Travi.
You rushed in and Core just knew what was coming. And this is the thing with these repeated aggressive plays, right, Dara? You keep playing aggressive, you keep doing the same thing over and over again. Eventually, Core are going to learn, as we've seen them doing. They know to expect this aggression. They know to probably expect these rush plays. As soon as they hear these 2 shield operators sprinting around, someone's probably made the call. They're all about to jump in a window. They're all on this side. Everyone get your guns up, point your window, and just hold left click and mop them up. That's exactly what they did. And now, Owl, 20 HP or so, going to try and get this one done in the 1 versus 3. A bit of a run-out attempt here from Pilot's not going to find anything, though, but it is going to be giving it, and then Moretti mops it up. Core, take a very comfortable 3rd round here. Full rotation on the objectives completed, and it feels like we've barely even started this game, but we're already heading into a 3-0 lead here for Core, and they get to make a 2nd ban. What do you change here for Obscura? Because right now, I don't think it's a specific operator that's given them a headache. I don't think it's a specific player that's given them a headache. I think it's just a general way of their play style is not compatible with Lair, and Core have all of the reads in the world right now.
Well, that's true, but I'm going to bring back my favorite saying here. Use your bloody gadget. The thing that I saw was that Lion did not coordinate the use of his gadget with the push. I don't know if I missed that, but I'm fairly sure that Al did not actually use the gadget when pushing, right?
It was roughly on time. Like, obviously you have, you have that very narrow window, 1.5 seconds with the Lion scan, and there was the attempt at use of utility, but I think, as you say, it was that issue of use those gadgets, use those drones more importantly.
Yes,
just because you've got 5 players prepared for a rush, if you send it straight away, it can be predictable. If you wait, Core are probably going to get a bit nervous, anticipating something, not knowing when the rush is going to come, and that's probably a better moment to strike in my books, and then that gives you the opportunity to drone, find out these positions, and perhaps get something and identify it. That could give you an upper hand.
But it was like you say, Core knew it was coming, but like even after it turned into a 1v3 or a 1v4, it was just Al had that drone in his pocket, and he did not utilize it. He was just rushing in blindly using his gadget. He did get a ping onto one of the defenders, but they were into sight. So honestly, with that one drone still in the pocket, they could have gathered information. And maybe they would have seen Moretti holding that angle, but we just don't know. And bit of poor discipline from Obscura, honestly, but we'll have to see how they change it. But again, there's some drone work coming out here, and very, very fast push into the building from Inafontu.
Yeah, and that's it. I do like to see this aggression because it has, yet again, managed to catch off guard, but you can see it already there. Moretti's trying to contest back, trying to get the trade, can't quite find it, however, and it gives Obscura an advantage in this one. Drone's going to come through. I don't know if they quite caught the player here. Moretti playing inside a storage, and that could give them an opening into this one. Psych as well on the top floor. It feels like this position's heating up, and with the vacancy of the C4 from Pillis here, it could give Obscura to take this ground here fairly comfortably, unless Core can find some way back into this one. Utilities dumping on through. Now much better adaptation here from Obscura, using the tools they've got available to them, applying the pressure, using these breach gates to just restrict the movement here. Eventually, Core forced to drop away a little bit, and already much better changes here from this attack. they've got control of the top floor now. All they need to do is hold on to it. And the only player trying to stop them right now, it's Moretti and Pilus on opposite sides of the floor. And, well, one does a little bit of damage, retreats on away. Pilus still up on this top floor, thinking about contesting it, but going to be caught ringing it out. Will he find? Oh, yes, he will. Absolute freebie there for Pilus. No one looking, no one in the means of flank watch. And we're back leveled out 4 versus 4 for Core. Do they hold on or do they try and take this one down? Run.
Run, Pilus, run! Oh my goodness, and another gunfight coming out.
Here comes back up.
Oh my goodness, what's happening? It's all happening so fast. Oh
It's
my
back
goodness.
up. Psych just coming up main stairs to provide the support, and that's the layers of the network of the Core defenses right now. They're looking so impeccably good on this defense. As you say, one
Absolutely.
player retreating away, down Rocket. Immediately you've got someone coming up main stairs to support them, to facilitate the rush. So at least if the player retreating can't get away, they can be traded out. No trades needed. Same way Robo is no longer going to be in this one. Inifon2 left in a 1 versus 4 situation. At this point, EMPs in back pocket, not going to be much use. Logic bombs all expended. 30 seconds left to go. 1 versus 4. Yet again, I really do not like saying this because Obscura have been so entertaining on Nighthaven Labs, but here on Lair, it just feels like 2 different teams. And right now, that better team is just Core going 4-0 up, already doing what they need to do this half, and they've still got 2 rounds left to play with.
Yeah, I just want to also point out the awareness from Moretti there once Dockerby pushed into sight to shoot that Goyo and halt that attack was really great awareness coming out there, and it kind of slowed Obscura down to the point where they were kind of a bit lost after that, and Al still had that drone in the pocket, so getting taken out on that vertical as well with that drone still in the pocket and having honestly quite a lack of intel and a very cheap kill to give away, and I don't know, it just seems like Obscura kind of falling away a little bit. You can kind of see the difference between the discipline of the 2 teams, and I think that's just the situation at the moment. And again, Moretti having a wild game at the moment, 4-0. And Pilus playing really, really well alongside him as well, playing upstairs, going 4-1 currently, and 2 members of Obscura with donuts. And I don't know, Travi. I think that my prediction was correct. I feel like Core are just going to run away with this one.
Yeah, that's it. Momentum is favouring them right now. And, you know, it happens sometimes. You have a really close fought map 1, and then sometimes map 2 just goes differently. This is the map pick of Obscura. This is, interestingly and really surprising for me, this is where they wanted to go. You know, with the way they've been playing, I do not, you know, not to say I know them better than they do, but Lair would not be the map I would go based on their play style and what we've seen from them. It's a very peculiar one to me. Don't get me wrong, there's certainly some potential here, and I'm excited to see what Obscura have to get cooking on the defenses, because I feel like they're going to do a lot better there. The way they play is certainly going to benefit them on this Lair defense, but they have to get through these attacks first, and the issue is you can't be going into the second half 6-0 down, and you can't be going into Psych just like that. Tyso drops to the floor. 4 versus 5. Good start yet again for Core 3, and it's made just better as yet again it's Pilus finds down in Inifon2, and it's a 3 versus 5 situation. Despite this massive pressure coming in from the attack right now, it just doesn't seem to be amounting to a whole lot.
And the one thing that is worrying me is the fact there's so many drones going out, but then they just don't check the corners. They just don't check the hallways, and then it just get taken out. And Tyso just blindly rushing up there and just getting taken out by Pilus, and it's just a lack of awareness, Travi. I don't know what's going on right now, and I mean, they're all again in one location, all bunched together, and it's just too easy for Core right now. They need to split up and try and approach from different angles. This is better already from Owl, and just try and space out a little bit. Beautiful shot onto Psyche there, and this is much better already. We're starting to space out a little bit, and just a smoke going out just to slow it down just a bit. Shots going out, but it's slowed down a bit. 1:10 on the clock, and this is better. This is better. They're starting to play vert.
That's it, and now they know the players of Core, but they're not expecting to be challenged. That could have been a freebie for Al, but can't quite find it, but it matters not, because Latezy's looking the wrong way. Another player upstairs. It's going to be Pilus dropped, and Robbo on the objective gets one.
Diffuser.
Immediately traded back by Moretti, but that is Diffuser cold, as you say it, Rob. And now Moretti, the star player so far, 19 kills in the first map, looking to make it some more here on Lair. 6-0. Can he get the reverse James Bond to deny Obscura their first round here? It's a straight shootout, 1 versus 1, 35 seconds to go. Moretti has control of site. Moretti has control of the diffuser. Obscura, they've got the F2. They've now got the diffuser. Owl has to charge in. No clue where this Goyo has run off to here. 20 seconds to go. Throws the drone for the flank watch. Just going to go deep into sight. Try and plant it on down, but can hear the yokai. Can see the drone. Moretti can see them as well. Firing the shots on through. Has the yellow pinks. Trying to spray through the soft panel. Eventually, the plant will be stuck on through, though. A little bit of a mistake slipping through. Owl takes damage, but able to escape with their life. Takes down the FNAT mine. Now in a position to pay this close plant here. However, Moretti knows what to expect here. Going to be going through the rotation. Caught completely unaware. Owl goes down. Moretti pulls off the unthinkable. The 1 versus 3. And Core 5-0 up.
Obscura are going to be kicking themselves after that recovery. They had such great recovery heading upstairs, killing the bandit. And I just... the confidence of Moretti to peek that onto stairs and just take the Ash out was just unbelievable. And Moretti's a force to be reckoned with. We've seen them come alive, especially in the last couple of maps. In the last map. And it's just unbelievable. But yeah, Obscura have to be kicking themselves definitely for that. I think that was their round to lose. And again, it's just all in the same place. And swinging and being aggressive when they don't need to be. They're being far too aggressive in that situation when they have the diffuser and trying to push into sight. But when it goes down, you know, I believe that they could have pushed into sight there and got the plant down, and maybe somebody could have played vertical.
Yeah, such a shame of a round. So close, but unfortunately close just isn't going to cut it here. Obscura right now, they need this one. If it goes 6-0, I just don't see a world in where they can bring this one back. 5-1. If they can get some defensive rounds going, if they can get something showing. Aw, smiley face.
Aww.
Thanks, Pilis.
Thanks, Pilis.
And speaking
I
of,
do love it when they do that.
speaking of the players, we have an apology to make.
Oh yes, I've just seen that.
Yep, it is not Moretti. Apparently, it's Marty. So,
L.
Silas! There's a game of Siege to be playing here right now, my friend. Perhaps now's not the time. I mean, to be fair, console players, I don't think they can go into all chats, so this is the best we've got. But anyway, you can tell the mentality in the core side right now. They're feeling confident. They're feeling happy. Well, these Twitch drones, this vertical is going to come on through. Owl almost finds a freebie onto Pilis there, but already looking to contest the vertical angle. Resurrects from as well. Support him, finds it back. Owl taken off the board. Doc stims him right back up. That's Marty. And well, it's a 4 versus 5. Somehow, a clutch back. Somehow, Resurrect doesn't die here. And somehow, Pilis is back fishing for more, going with the pistol, can't quite find it, but wall is eventually going to be opened up there. Good use of utility here for Obscura to get it open, but it has come at the cost of the buck. It's come at the cost of a lot of HP as well. The question is was it worth it?
I just blinked and everything just started happening. What the hell? Somebody's already down. Pilis goes down to Taiso. They kill onto 2 Brow, but can he get that finish?
Oh, the stim.
A great pickup.
But the trades...
The trades are coming in, yeah. Oh,
3v4.
goodness.
But Chris, 3v3, it's even right now. It's a good, much better showing here from Obscura. Pilis looking to get aggressive out onto the breach. Does a little bit of damage towards Robbo right now. Fully flashed out, not going to be able to contest this one. Tucked behind the desk, throws a Zodo canister. Resurrect as well, able to support out towards his mezzanine position here. It's a good hold from Core, but Pilis gets blinded, but it doesn't bloody matter. It still takes down Robbo. Going fishing for more. It's all on to Chris, left in a 1 versus 3 here to deny the flawless half for Core. But no, it's not going to happen. Pilis is just having one of those games. From trash talking with the bullets to putting bullets in the head of the enemy. Core 3 go to 6-0 up as we approach the swap. And only one more round and they've done it.
I just blinked and everything just started happening in the round. I'm so lost as to what just happened there. The next thing I see is that 2Brow gets downed an insane stim from Marty. And then Marty gets his head taken off and then it all goes wrong for Obscura. But wow, that was an awesome round.
That was a round. And for me, the lessons there from that half for Obscura, it's just the basics. take the map control. It feels like we're playing ranked right now. I think even more so than in Nighthaven Labs. We're just sprinting in. We're just going for kills. We're just constantly running. And while it's really, really great to see and really entertaining to watch, it's not going to win you games, especially when Core have had the chance to sit back. You know, we had quite a long break between map 1 and map 2, and they've been able to read and go, oh, this is what they're going to do. We know what to expect. And it feels like Core have read the scripts. They've seen their paper, and all they want right now is the 7-0 finish. 1 round away from doing so. For Obscura, it's a flawless half required. Whether they're going to be able to do that or not, we'll have to wait and see.
I honestly think that the heads of Obscura are gone. I think they're just, at this point, they're just memeing, or they have actually just lost their heads a little bit. It's very, very clumsy play at the moment. They do fight back during the rounds, which is the weird thing, but it's always just getting that finisher, really, that just doesn't work for them. And Core, and full credit to Core, they've played absolutely fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Marty's been incredible in this
All game
series.
long.
Yeah, and so is Latesy and Pylus on the cover as well. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think the writing's on the wall here, Travi. But we have seen comebacks before. We have seen a 6-1 comeback, especially in Pro League as well.
yeah.
So, you
It's
know,
not
it could
undoable.
happen.
The game is never over until it's over. That is the mentality Obscura need to have right now. 1 round at a time.
Absolutely.
6-0. They've got 6 rounds to claim, 6 in a row. They need to just play this one cautiously, play this one safely. Just get the one, retreat back to site, play it slowly. Whether that's what Obscura want to do, I don't think it is. They're going to want to fight this one out. They're going to want to go swinging. And it's just wait and see whether that works out for them. Well, it's certainly going to work on towards Resurrect. They're taking a hell of a lot of damage right off the bat there. The Sense brought onto quite low HP quite early on in towards this round as elsewhere. Main breach. Well, so Ocanister's there. Eventually, they can only delay the inevitable here. Should be opened up any second now going. I don't see an Electro Claw on that wall, so...
Up the diffuser.
Oh. And there you go. Tyso gets one. Key position here being held over towards Operations side, and Obscura recognised that importance there. Trying to find it, trying to hold on towards it. Still fighting for it, not wanting to give it away here, and this is a risky position for Tyso right now. You die, everything you fought for is gone, but if you can get another, that may as well be the stopper in the round just there for Core.
I'm clueless. I'm honestly I'm wondering how that was in his head, but will that be the head? There we go,
Tyso.
finally. And there you go, Dravi. There's the second, almost gets the third, and the Ying already down to very low HP, but Core just have to, I think, just kind of back up a little bit. They're just peeking the same angle, and it's not working for them. Tyso gets a triple. Can he get the 4th? And he does. Can Tyso get the ace? Are we gonna have to sing Sweet Caroline?
No. Please, Marty, just hide. Please, just hide and spawn. Please don't go and try and kill Tyso right now. Tyso is feeling any... Oh, no, we're peeking the same angle again. Oh, thank God it was not. Thank the Lord it was not Tyso that got that one there. And you know what? I know Ace denied, but I don't think Tyso is going to be too upset that Ace denied there. Obscura, they're just glad to not go out of this one without a single round. The 7-0, it's not the way you want to be going out of Swiss stage. You know, you fought to the very bitter end, and to go out on what would have been a little bit of a whimper would have been quite sad. And for Obscura, the question is this the start of something? Is this the start of a comeback, or is this just one final breath before the end? We'll have to see. 5 more rounds to go to overtime.
Maybe, but I was a bit concerned there from the play from Core. They were all kind of bunched together, all peeking from the same place. They dropped diffuser early, but then they picked it up and decided to go in the same place where 2 other players of theirs were killed. So a bit of a weird sequence of decisions there, I'm not gonna lie. And I was a bit concerned that we were gonna have to sing Sweet Caroline, but as your reaction would say, and I think you're very much happy about the outcome of that round. But as you say, it's 6-1, and we'll see if Core can get the Brazil, or if Obscura can deny them that. And maybe they'll use that round as a bit of an uplift to try and get some more. But yeah, I was not impressed with Core's push there. It was very
It's a bit sloppy.
sloppy. Yeah, I think that's the right word.
I mean, yeah, as you say, sloppy, going in through the same way. I don't imagine we'll see that from them. And really, the core, to be fair, they could just, if they just want to have some fun with this, they could just try and force this. Keep running on in. They've got the talented gunners, you know, they've got Syke, they've got Pilus, they've got Marty. They could just keep on trying to force these gunfights, keep on playing this like it's a run and gun. And eventually, I think they might just pick up a round just by brute forcing it in. You know, that 6-0 lead is a very advantageous position to be in, one you seldom rare get to take advantage of. So why not have some fun with it while you're there? But I don't think that's going to be the game plan. Typical utility focus coming in right now, but same as always, it's Tyso now really stepping up to the mark here, takes down Pilus, and that's the Grim. Nash will execute utility, got off the board, and Nash your ace got as well. Tyso, what the hell's happened since the halfway mark?
Unbelievable kill. I've never seen that angle before, and vertical shots coming down onto Psyche, and my god, Cora just being absolutely torn to shreds here. They had a really nice push going in, and now they've just fallen apart, but a little bit of a weird drop there from Tyso, a bit of a clumsy one to fall onto Psyche, and it's a bit of a level playing field now, 3v2, definitely winnable for Core, but it all depends if Resurrect and Psyche can play together.
Yeah,
I'm probably not pronouncing their name correctly, it's probably Psyche, isn't it?
Psyche, either way, well, it's not going to matter anymore because he's no longer in this round. Chris Ackerman takes the pick. It's all on to Resurrect. 1 versus 3. Stuck behind the shield. Stuck here inside of Filtration. I don't know if there's much you can do from this situation, really, unless Obscura start to go into NBA levels of throwing. 1 versus 3, 55 seconds left to go. Gonna just walk in towards the objective, get peeked by the first player there. Owl really getting aggressive and is eventually going to be rewarded for it. Obscura chain 2 rounds together, and they're starting to look a hell of a lot better here on the defense, and it's almost an inverse of what we saw in the first half, because right now it's Core just looking 2 steps behind. Obscura, this aggression, it's paid off, and it's really, you know, regardless of how many more rounds we get out of this, I think it's shown why this is their map pick. This defense, it's aggressive, but in all the correct ways, and it looks so good.
Absolutely, and I feel like it's also the whole thing of Core being so close to victory at the moment that they've started to lose their organization a little bit. It's you can see that they have a plan, but at the same time they're not checking angles. The drone work is coming in, but they're not checking everything, if that makes sense. And like again, kills easily given away, and Monty was left on his own, and just good discipline from Obscura. So obviously they've taken some things from the last few rounds, and well, we may be here for a long haul again, Travi.
We could be. You never truly know with these two sides. You know, we look at this, we go, you know, we see how this one fares, and it could just be a very defense-sided layer. I mean, wouldn't that be a timeline? 6 rounds of defense, then 6 followed by 6 more rounds of defense, and we go to overtime. That would be a sight to see.
Absolutely.
That would be a very interesting one. I would be very concerned, but you know what? The defenses of both teams have been really holding up here. You know, it is the test of time, but you always have to be nervous if you're Obscura, because one slip up and the game's gone. One slip up and it's gone. What, you know, miss backstab from Marty gets 2 off at the back of this, and it's done. Pilus pops off.
Yep.
You know, fine margins for error here, but right now it's Taisu running outside, gets Resurrect, is traded back by Pilus, though it's not going to have a massive impact. But look at the operator who's been dropped there, Dara.
Oh, Monty, big one.
Huge.
And a big intel operator as well, because you can just push into a doorway and just give call outs. If somebody's playing off vertical, he's so important. But yeah, 4v4, so, and it's slowed down just a little bit, and Marty just pushing up into medical right now, and just playing with Nook's gadget, and just being very slow and methodical, and just taking their time. Core have the cushion right now. They don't need to rush.
Yeah.
They can just take their time, gather that intel. It's Obscura that have to be the ones that have to take every gunfight and do it with a grain of salt, because you don't want to do it with the issue of taking like throwing your life away, because every life counts, especially when you're down this much. So Again, a bit of a slow round, this one. Much slower than we've seen. But does he see
Oh,
the
the
guy prone, and
details.
Pillis takes down Chris? And a huge kill, and Inafontu gets the trade. So we're back to a 3v3.
Yeah, but are they aware of the Nook? They certainly are now. Marty going to be going down, prime position to make something happen, but not going to be able to do so. Inifontu takes them down, and it yet again advantage going the way of Obscura. However, of Obscura. But cool, they do have the vertical under their control right now, which they could use. 45 seconds left to play with here. It's a decent amount of time, but you know, you look at the drone, the players are chasing ghosts right now. There's no one on this top floor, but they don't seem fully aware of that one. But they will find it out eventually. They have to ping on towards the player below. No more C4s on the defense, so they're only going to be able to rely on their guns. Shots come on through to a lot of damage there on towards Psych there. Robbo doing some great jobs, and look at this. Owl playing close to the hatch with the shotgun. Obscura, all they need to do is not give this away, not throw away the positions, and Psych, almost impossible, 1 versus 3 ahead.
Well, absolutely. Pillars going down was crucial there, but playing off the vertical is Psych, and he does spot one of the defenders. But 10 seconds to go, and I think this is all she wrote. Yeah. And another round for Obscura. Travi.
And that's a full site rotation. Like, yep. That is every single all three sites that you need to play to take this to overtime, won, and I would say pretty convincingly by Obscura. They're not close rounds. They're pretty strong rounds. Really good rounds. And now have Core learnt enough from the first go to make one of these second attempts be the difference maker. They get an operator band to play with, which is going to be taken off the Kaid, and then the Ram taken off by Obscura. Fairly standard set of bands, and now here lies in for our 10th round of this game. I did not see this one going this far, I cannot lie, but Obscura, the comeback is well and truly on. All they need to do is just repeat the last 10-15 minutes, and we'll be going to our first overtime.
Yeah, I honestly think that Core just need to slow down. They're taking the gunfights that aren't needed. Also, I think they're giving away drones way too easily as well. I know I talk about drones way too much, but I always look at the operators at the end of the round or just before the end of the round, and there's no drones left in the pocket. Some drones are destroyed in the prep phase that are just really clumsily given away. Because every drone counts, right? Especially in a game as high stakes as this. But Obscura they're taking it to Core right now, and you know it's that whole mentality thing. Core obviously I think they've taken a mentality hit to the point where they've gone from being cocky and confident to now starting to have a little bit of doubt creep in, maybe.
Yeah. It's certainly different. It's a different feeling core to what we saw on the defense, and it feels like we've just totally reversed roles in this one. It's now Obscura being confident. I mean, you saw it in the last round, right? Tyson went for a run outside the building, got one, got traded, but it's the fact that they're going for the run-outs. It's going for the confidence, and it feels like a far cry from a couple of rounds ago where we had players like Pylis writing L on the walls. You know, we're not seeing that anymore. A game is starting to emerge here, and it's really on the back of Core 3 to make sure that it doesn't go any further than this. They've got to attack this top floor again, arguably the strongest site here, and they're bringing a fairly similar lineup to what they did before on the attack. And the defense, they seem ready for it.
Absolutely. As you say, they're very much ready for it. They're ready for the peaks. They're covering those windows and doors, keeping in mind every single sound cue they hear. And Obscura honestly have a really great defense set up here. They've got the castle watching the server hallway, and a fight starting to break out here on Skybridge and stairs. And I think Marty made the right choice from walking away from that. He did take quite a bit of damage, so just start playing with the team. A lot of some drone work coming out here. Chris takes out Pylis. Now, how crucial of a kill will that be? Core already getting fragged on the first, minute and 30 seconds of the round. And they've had that happen to them. And again, another player going down. They've had that happen to them, now 3 rounds in a row?
Yeah, and the worst insult of them all is you saw it there in Fontu just immediately back in the position with the castle barricade, restores it back up to full, and takes down Late Sea as well. 2 versus
What is
5 right now
happening?
for Core 3. It's just a total dismemberment of this attack right now.
Oh,
Does one get back onto Chris Ackerman there, but it's a 2 versus 4 still. A very difficult spot to be in. 2 players on Obscura, they're fairly low HP, and Tyso going for a bit of a flank right now on towards the vertical. 50 seconds to work with on the attack here. Not a lot of time. Yellow
get the
pings as
intel.
well onto the prone castle. They know he's down there. Marty's going to go in for the swing, but the cross is being held by Robu, and it leaves poor old Psyche in a 1 versus 4, but not for too much longer. Fontu puts them out of their misery, and Obscura, they repeat their top floor success. 2 more rounds, Rob, and I'm starting to get really uncomfortable here. Not for the prospect of the comeback, just for the prospect of how long this game could be, because if this keeps going the way it's been going, neither team is getting an attack across the line, and we're going to be here all night.
more than likely.
We get to overtime. You have to win an attack at some point.
There's a timeout though coming out from Core, and a mental reset is very much needed. But just this is a totally different Obscura than what we saw from Nighthaven and from what we saw earlier on in this map. And this, I'm honestly just stupidly impressed with the mentality and the belief in this Obscura team right now. They've been playing really well, as you say, Robbo holding the holding the cross and on the swing, and just holding angles that they need to, not playing aggressive. And Core is playing aggressive, and they're being punished for it. You know,
Yeah.
and it's great to see Obscura having that belief. And honestly, I'm rooting for them, Travi.
Yeah, that's it. You want to see Obscura win this. It's a totally different team from what we've seen. They're proving why Lair was their map pick. They're actually playing as a team now. They're actually throwing some form of synergy down. Sure, you've got to give a lot of it to players like Tyso, players like Chris, who are getting these impactful kills time and time again. But the whole picture, the strategy, players playing with each other, it's a different story, as you said, Dara. And it's giving this impression from Obscura that they're looking competitive, they're looking good. And, you know, 2 more rounds, 10 more minutes, we're in overtime that I don't think anyone at all saw coming at the halfway mark. I think almost everyone, probably even Obscura included, saw that 6-0 and just went, yeah, game's over, GG.
Did I call this?
We both did. We
yeah.
both said it would be over.
Well, we said that it would be over, yeah, but I also mentioned the FaZe Clan comeback, so
Yeah.
I should probably stop talking.
Yeah,
Stop
I've got
choosing.
work tomorrow morning. I would like to go to bed, you know, before 2 o'clock in the morning, if that's preferable, if you know, that's all right for you. I'd like to go to bed. So don't get me wrong. I'd love a third map of this. And if Obscura can bring this one back all the way, I'm here for another Consulate. Because if you ask me, that gets even worse. Consulate, of the 3 maps we've got here, I would say is the most defender-sided of the 3. So what the hell happens when we get into another map that's even harder to attack?
Ooh,
I
that
don't
is
even
a
want to know.
really aggressive peak coming out from Owl. But the awareness already, just putting that pressure on, so important because it scared the player, the attacking player. I know that I would be terrified if suddenly gunshots came from the other side of a barricade that I was peeking from. But it's that aggression coming out from Obscura. I love
3v.
this. And already Tyso takes out Pilot. What are you doing, Pilot? Just completely oblivious.
Yeah, it's just sloppy. Marty does get one back, though. Takes down Owl here. But yet again, it's just a bit of an aimless roam clear here coming in from the side of Core. They're droning some areas and neglecting others, and that's just backstabbing them because Obscura, we saw it on Labs, we saw it here on Lair. They're anywhere and everywhere, but Psyche is getting every kill. Finds a way to level this one back out. 3 versus 3, and with that second kill, there is a possibility. We're tied up in the man count here. 1:22 left to go, but you've got to be careful of Tyso because I don't know if Resurrect spotted him. And
no, I don't think he did. Tyso
not
has the
marked.
advantage. Yeah, Tyso has this advantage, but it's just their tunnel visioning the players that they see on drone, and then they don't have the awareness to look around them as well. It's so odd.
Yeah.
But 3v3, anything can happen, but Tyso's still playing vertical, and I don't think they're aware of the player upstairs.
Yeah, got to have somebody. There you go. You can see a yellow thing. They have the rough idea that the player's there, but you've only got 40 seconds. Really what it is now is, do you deal with them or do you just try and force sight in a 2 versus 3? You've got to be careful because Tyso is certainly going to be coming on through, knocking on the door. Marty here playing in this very pivotal position on the vertical cover here. It's make or break. It's do or die, but Diffuser's going down. Tyso has to try and make a move here. He's going to be stuck on through. Montaigne's going to do his job, but Tyso's going to do his as well. Shield goes down. It's all up to Psyche here to try and clutch 1 versus 3. Sure, Diffuser is down, but it's such a hard recovery from this position. Players swinging left, right, and center. It wasn't meant to be. And yet again, Dara, we're going to round 12. Obscura not wanting to let this series slip. We saw 6 in a row from Core 3 to get us to this point. Can Obscura do the same to take us into an overtime?
Marty, you have to hit that headshot. If he hits that headshot, maybe it's a completely different round, but I don't know what's going on right now, Travi. This is a whole different Obscura side than what we saw, but I think that was honestly Core's round to win. They had the ability to push into site with Monty, right? So they had Monty to push in and gather intel, and they were gathering intel there, but it just all fell apart. I'm just in shock right now.
To say, it was all down yet again to Tyso, running around on the top floor, being a nuisance in the backside, and then that pivotal 1 versus 1 over towards Armory's side on that vertical. That's the make or break. Kill goes the other way, round goes to Core, they win the map. But it didn't. Tyso got the frag back, and just the unlimited pressure there that Obscura are able to apply, it gets them the round off the piggyback off of it. You know, it's small 1v1s like that that are having massive differences right now. And for Obscura, that's what's bringing them over the line. And right now, Core, they need to get this attack done, because otherwise, this could be going a while if we get to overtime. If no one can crack this attack, you know, it's infinite overtime. We could be here just, you know, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We could be here a while, because it's not that, it's a combination, I feel. The attacks definitely are not up to par. I think the attacks have been, especially on their own clear, struggling. But the defenses just have been so good.
Absolutely. Both teams have defended really, really well as Blackbeard passes off the diffuser to Blitz. But one thing I do want to mention is just the fact of how calmly Obscura have been playing, right? But also, chat have been giving the prediction of 7-5 to Core. So it's time to see if that prediction will hold or if Obscura will get this round. But again, playing really aggressive. Tyso gets a kill onto Pylus already, and we've only been a few seconds into the round. Again, Core just getting picked first, and it's just not what they need right now.
No, because look at them. They're stood outside the building, completely shattered, not knowing what to do, and the strategy here just seems to be exothermic on the external breach, straight inside of the building. Here comes Latzi there on the blitz, in the face of Impontu, going to be able to get the pick nice and free like that, but yet again, it's Tyso on the flank. Latzi, they need to be careful. Utilities dumping on in, Marty's going down, C4 takes the blitz, and yet again, it's all up to Psych. 1 versus 4 effectively here, confirmed in now, and I'm just going to say it. Tyso may be gone, but this regulation is gone. Obscura have done it, I think. There is no way in hell that C3 are able to clutch this one back up. Might have a minute 20. It might be Psych, who is definitely the best performing player right now for Core 3. Has some information, but I just don't know if it's likely. Frag grenade going to take down the castle barricade there. No, it's not. It comes a little bit short. Second one is going to hit its mark, but that's forced Robbo to move. And now they're just holding across. They know where this final attacking player is coming from, and it's got to be overtime.
Absolutely. I mean, you've got 2 people playing vertical. One's just dropped back to site, which is a great decision. Just play with the teammates. Just try and get off this round. Mute has the shotgun as well, just in case of the rush in. I think the writing's on the wall here. And again, a great defense from Obscura, but Core have to be kicking themselves. They completely forgot about Tyso, who was upstairs at the time. You could tell because Tyso just ran downstairs and just took the blitz out. And again, just a lack of awareness and togetherness from Core. And it just shows as Chris takes down Psych finally. And
overtime.
Travi, this has been a complete throw and a half. I'm going to be completely honest here.
This is one of those where just both teams, I feel, are having similar problems on the attacks. Both teams have the same issue on the attack. If they can't deal with these aggressive solo players, both teams have these individuals, whether it's Tyso, whether it's Marty, or any of the other 8 players in the lobby, someone at any given point is stepping up. Someone at any given point is going absolutely nuclear. But no one on the attack is dealing with them. I've not seen a single Deimos. I've not seen a Jackal. I've not seen any dedication to dealing with the massive problem that's waving their gun in your face constantly. And I sound frustrated because I am. That one of these teams, just one attack, just one round where you focus on the players who are giving you the biggest headache, and you're done. You've closed it in regulation. If Obscura win it, we're map 3. If Core win it, we're done, we're dusted. We're now going to an overtime. And at this point, I just don't see a world in where this game ends anytime soon, because neither team have the fundamentals of the attack locked in.
It's like you say, there's just a lack of anti-roam from either team. There's no Deimos, there's no Lion, there's no Jackal, and it's puzzling to me. Like that they're allergic to the anti-roam operators right now, and the problem is the fact that Obscura are roaming so well, right? And it was like what we saw last round with Tyso. They came down the stairs and just took Blitz out because there was just no communication, obviously, coming up from Core. And we've seen a huge difference in play here from the first map to this one. And Core came out so strong, and it just feels like Obscura are just in their element right now. They've got a lot of belief, and it's working for them. But again, Resurrect on the Monty and Marty on Flores. But again, no anti-roam, and Tyso's just going to sit there and wait for them.
That's it. You can try and force it with the Montaigne, and this is the good adaptation here. You're pressuring Tyso with that shield, and already you can feel the heat on this position. Going to be forfeiting it. You let just 55 seconds into the round here. Players trying to swing in. Players trying to claim here from the side of Core 3, but they're not going to be able to hit the shots. But I don't think it matters too much. Never mind. Tyso just doesn't stop. Montaigne in his face, be damned. He just does not care. He's just going to keep on swinging. And yet again, that's the sense. That's one of your 2 key execute operators on the side of the attack. Gone. Taken off the board early on. We're a minute into this one, and already for Core, there's problems emerging.
We're a minute in, and they just seem lost already. They were all in the same place, and now Ying's just gone onto the roof. I'm not entirely sure what the plan is there, but it just seems like it's so disjointed, and Tyso is absolutely destroying them right now, 13 and 8, and it's unbelievable. I'm just shocked right now, the difference.
Yeah, it just feels like 2 totally different sides, and here comes the aggression yet again. Look at this. Tyso's looking to get aggressive. Are they aware of how close on the shotgun? Yes, they're going to see the barrel, find the pick. Lacey does get one back. It's a bit of a freebie given away there, but it's a lifeline that Core need, and it's a much needed one, but yet again they just give it away for free. An overextension on the Candela throw. Infontu finds one back. 3 versus 4, the advantage held by Obscura a little bit longer. 1 more minute left to go.
They've got to get the Monty in the site. They've got to get the Monty in the site. They've got to get him in there.
They could try a half take, but they've got to be careful of the vertical right now. There's someone playing down below. Smoke shotgun in hand. That's going to be Owl, and looking to just cause a bit of disarray right now for the attack. They could try, as I say, go for that half take. Just try and take close to the reinforcement. Somehow try and stick the plant. Robbo does have a C4. Owl down below. Both of these, it needs to be done, but it's not going to be. Infontu finds one onto Marty there. Psych and Resurrect.
Far too long.
Just
far too long.
Stalled out.
Yeah, just taking far too long again. It's like the need to get the Monty into the site, and they just haven't. And it's just an easy double kill for Chris. And
7 rounds in a row.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's 7 rounds now, yeah? 7 rounds in a row.
And this is the thing. The momentum, it's completely shifted.
Absolutely.
And if you ask me, Core are now in a worse position than we were when than Obscura were when Core themselves were 6-0 up. They had a 6-0, one opportunity needed to close it out, and they haven't. They've now lost 7 straight rounds and have to go on the defense to win 1 more. They need to get this defense over the line, and that's just to equalize us yet again. That's just to bring it to 7-7 and guarantee us another bout of overtime. For Obscura, is this attack going to be enough? Because look at the scoreboard. 6 rounds of defense, 7 rounds of defense. It's one of these situations where no one exactly is coming out on top anytime soon. And if one attack can't be won, we're going to go for another round of overtime.
Absolutely, and somebody's just mentioned in the chat that the mentality must be very low for core, and I honestly agree there. I feel like they were so cocky and confident at the end of the last map and towards the end of this one, or towards when they were 0 and 6 up. They became really cocky, like putting L's on the walls and smiley faces, and their mental's just completely gone now. And I'm seeing them play, and it's so just lackadaisical and all over the place. And again, far too slow on attack. So let's see what the hell they do on defense. They were much more comfortable on defense, I believe, on the last map. So we'll have to see. To see how they do now. But I think they won what 5 rounds in a row on defense, was it? Or
yeah, well that's it.
Yeah.
They both won 6 rounds in a row, and they're defensive. No one can win an attack. Not a single attack has been won in the 14 rounds we've seen of Lair so far. And Psych already being pushed back here. This is a much better clear from Obscura. The key is they're pushing pacey, and they're pushing with good intention here. The focus is on Psych, and it's forcing them to retreat away because everywhere he turns, there's a gun aiming right at his head. But he does want to try and fight it back here. But is this going to be an overextension? Is this going to be costly because there's pressure mounting right now?
yeah, he
but
has
it's
to
going
be
to be
very
out.
careful. Yeah,
First one
he's
to
got
drop.
Got to be very careful of the Ash as well. Inafontu is hunting him down right now, but Al does get dropped, and that's Buck. A very important operator, but Inafontu does get the trade onto Psych. Now, how important will that be later on in the round? That's the Warden as well, so they could also push in with the flashbangs as well, so that utility from Warden is now no longer available. So they don't have to worry about the flashes not being available anymore. And at the moment, it's a pretty stable push from Obscura, and it's slowed down just a little bit.
Stalemate emerging. Next position to clear out is going to try and be Marty here, but he's going to take down Inafontu. 3 versus 4 position now. Advantage handed right back again towards the defensive side as Obscura. They now need to send someone else up the main stairs to try and clear, to try and play catch-up. Chris, going to come in to try and start a pinch. You have the Capital utility in pocket, asphyxiating and smoke bolts available to you. 2 things you can use to try and force these players out of position. Try and take this territory, and this is the key difference maker here. Obscura were not fighting over ground in their last act. It feels like they are here. They know what pressure points they need to take, but it doesn't matter because Marty's just doing what Marty does best. Going up huge on the gunfighter, return to form here. Piles is going to take damage, eventually brought off the board here, but you cannot stop Marty. Takes down Chris. It's all down to Robbo.
Oh, what a shot.
Head there. It's a 1 versus 2. The remaining 2 players of core, they just need to try and hold this cross. 30 seconds now. Plenty of time on the hand. Just going to sprint on through. Straight in goes blind, but into the cross. There's not much you can do. Core take it. First one in 7 for them. And we've got another round of overtime coming right up.
But Marty just came alive on defense right there. And again, it's just the fact of the Warden overextending and the refrags coming in. But notice the fact that there was just no drones at the end of that round. They had no intel whatsoever. So I believe the round was just over whenever it was a 3v3 there, actually, because they just had no intel and were blindly rushing in. And it seems that both teams just make the same mistake, as you pointed out. It's weird.
Yeah, it feels like we're watching just a tale of parallels right now, and I'm just waiting for one team to, wake up from the Matrix, take the red pill, and, come off and, realize, hold on a minute, Lair is a map that at a given point in time was attacker favored. For a very brief period, Lair was actually an attacker favored map, and even nowadays, it is not this defender favored. It is not this one-sided. It is it's a strength on both teams to do so well on the defense, but also a bit of failure here for both teams on their attack. And really, Rob, I don't think it gets any more, simple than it is for this map. Whoever wins an attack first, they win the map. It's as simple as that. You win that one attack, you've won the map. Game over.
Absolutely, but Travis, I got to ask you this: what are the main problems here on attack? I mean, for me, it's just the lack of verticality, and the defense seemed to do a really good job of just covering the vertical, right? So it's the inability to clear the vertical and use that for your advantage. But Resurrect playing Monty, I have to say, he is far too slow. He waits for his team, but at the same time, when that breach was open a couple of rounds ago, he just sat there and waited for the team to join him almost as Latesy takes out Tyso. So the first kill coming out from Core, and I think that's the first time in, what, 6 rounds? 6 rounds of attack that, yeah, we've seen Core get the first frag.
Yeah. And this is what I like to see. The adaptations, you know, we saw in Obscura's last attack, they were starting to fight over territory. Core doing much of the same here. And as we mentioned, one of the things I mentioned at the point of going into overtime was the issue of the roam clear. You bring Pylis on the Deimos, immediately the big roamer, the big problem, Tyso's taken off the board here. It's a 4 versus 5, you know, a silver platter situation right now for Core 3. All they need to do is ride out the rest of the round. They have yellow pings onto the player tucked inside here. Now have a 2-man advantage as Pylis making bits. Robbo, no choice but to retreat away. But here comes Infontu, takes down Resurrect, and that's the shield. A massive pick, and almost one traded back yet again the other way. But for now, they're going to hold on. 3 versus 4 situation, a close one out here, but Core on the verge of taking a map point and finally cracking an attack on Lair.
This is much, much better from Obscura, and it was actually much better from Resurrect there to actually push and give that information on the vert. And but Inafontu does get the refrags, and that's so important. But Psych does take down Robbo, and now it's Obscura on the back foot.
It's the Deimos, and they've targeted the exact right player. Inafontu, as you say, the one player on the flank, well, they're now the one player being hunted, taken off the board there. Exactly what you needed this entire time. You just needed to go hunting. You just needed to commit, and commit is what Core have done. 1 versus 4 awaits Owl here to try and deny the first defensive lost on Lair, but 40 seconds to go, no HP available.
Finally.
Marty, who else would it be? Core 3 finally get an attack. One of these teams can finally crack through a defense, and now Core 3 get to move on towards match point with a defensive round to play.
And the second that they run a Deimos, they win the round. Funny that, huh? See,
Funny.
It's exactly what we've been saying. I don't want to, you know, promote our trumpet here, you know. No.
I say we promote our trumpet at this point. To be honest with you, Dara.
Okay.
You know what?
All right.
We called it, we said it, and look at the impact it had. I believe Pilot's got 3 kills in that round, single-handedly doing exactly what needs to be done. And you know, it's same for Obscura. I have to give it to them. They did address what, you know, sort of we said was the issue on their attacks. They were going for space. They were taking territory. It didn't quite work, but maybe this attack it will. And to be fair, that would be the real kicker. If we now just see 2 attacks be one back to back, I'm just going to lose my mind. But right now, everything is going up Core's favor. All they have to do is not do what they did in regulation, and that is choke. They can't choke now.
No, they can't do that now. But I just want to point out the fact, the usefulness of that Deimos. But now look what they're running on the side of Obscura. They're now running that Deimos, and this is the thing we were talking about. Anti-roamers are just so important in this type of game. If you've got people that are playing on vertical and you need to drone them and get them out, scan them, get that Deimos scan going, and put some pressure on them and get them off of that vertical position, because this is the reason why they were losing so many attacking rounds. They just weren't playing the vertical. They were getting taken out and trying to rush in, and it just wasn't working. And it was just so easy for the defensive side to just play safe, wait for the vertical, wait for them to come in, and they were just getting slaughtered. The attacking side was just getting slaughtered every round. But it seems like Core has broken that pattern. So let's see what Obscura do with the Deimos in their pocket now.
Yeah, that's it. They now have the answer. And, you know, the one thing with the Deimos is he gives himself away very, very quickly. And I think Obscura, as you say, very quickly realized, hey, the Deimos is doing really, really good. Let's pick him, because fun fact, you can't now go and ban him because bans are locked in, but so is Latesy. Takes down Robbo there. A good opening pick. Able to get the reinforcement off as well there. Already pressure being applied in for the attack. Well, they can start to make the vertical go on through. You can already see Owl making a number on that. But here you go, 4 versus 5. The vertical from the Deimos can start to go to work.
Much better.
But the thing is, I don't think the basement plays itself as well to this Deimos. There's not as much freedom of flexibility. It's very vertical, very boxed in, and there's a lot of safe spaces to hide from the death mark.
But you also have the Blitz that's playing infiltration right now, just holding and giving
he's
off that
inside.
information to the team. He can play off sound, and he's pushing into the Bandit right now and blinds him and takes out Pylus. Now, how important is that frag going to be? Oh, but he gets absolutely destroyed by Resurrect.
That is absolutely huge. And a misthrown grenade there from Chris. That's going to be costly for them. A minute left to go on this one. 4 versus 3 core. Yet again, we've seen him in this situation before. Do hold the man advantage, but with hatches closed, Chris trying to do what he can on the Deimos. Going to be applying that vertical pressure. Does a little bit of damage onto Resurrect. Forces them to retreat away. And as you said, can feed the intel to the rest of the team. A similar lurk play coming in from Lau. Exactly where Blitz came in from just a couple of moments ago. Resurrect does go down 3 versus 3. They have the idea on towards the player in stock here, but it's the clock that's working against them right now. Stun grenade's going to come on through. They're pushing towards the objective. Owl is in. Chris, Infinitu, they're coming through as well. Question is, can Owl hold on long enough for the support of the rest of the team? Though they cannot. They're going to be going down here. The rest of Obscura, they need to get a move on. 15 seconds left to go. 15 seconds to stay in Phantom League. Chris leading the charge, picks up one on the Deimos there, makes it a 2 versus 2, keeping us even. Infinitu picks up the kit, tries to go for the plant, but getting tagged left, right, and center. Time is against them right now. Everything is against them right now. But Chris has the shots onto one, trying to find the shots onto the second, and eventually it's now 1 versus 1 in the post plant, but he hits it with the shotgun, and we're going even further into this one, and somehow, just barely, Obscura, they hold on.
This is unbelievable stuff. This is like watching Pro League. My God.
I just don't know what I'm witnessing right now.
This is unbelievable. The second they start running Deimos, they start winning rounds, but that was fantastic stuff. The only gripe I have from Obscura there was the fact that it took so long for Chris to give support, and those two attackers upstairs as well took way too long and almost lost the round because of that. I feel for Marty, honestly. If the Deimos didn't have that shotgun, probably would have won the round.
Yeah, that is a hero. That is a 1 in a million odds there for Obscura. That is so fine margins.
Yeah.
That is just 1 in a bajillion that happens. That goes the way. You've got to give the credit. You really where it is due. Obscura, composure held to stick that plant, not go for the kill, not play off the aggression that we've seen fail them time and time again. And now here comes this mental game of 4D chess. We've been struggling with players being forced back into sight early on. So as a defender, you need mobility. You need someone who can get around these roamers. You need someone who can go up, down, left, right, and center, run all about. So you hide him and you play the Oryx.
But notice how there's no anti-roamers on core now.
And they've now got an Oryx who's going to be running around left, right, and center. It almost feeling like he's in every place at once. And the only thing you've really got to deal with him is a logic bomb. And you only got 2 of those, and they're not specific. That is going to be a hard one to clear out.
It's very worrying, actually. I'm very, very worried about that Oryx, who's already taken a bit of damage, obviously, from breaching through that wall. But Syke and Pylus just playing in tandem together and already taking down a Goyo charge. So just getting rid of utility at the moment, just gathering information, which is exactly what core need to do. But
I'm interested to see what they're doing. All stacked up on this doorway here.
Oh
I
boy.
can't lie to you, Rob. Oh boy, I think you probably are the correct 2 words for it. Are we about to just see 3, 2, 1? Brrr. But we're seeing a 3, 2, 1 from Tyso, but somehow we get away with 10 players still standing. But here comes someone. Here comes Hunting, but Robbo with a massive C4 shuts it down. And Al with another one. Just it's explosions left, right, and center, and it's core brought down to 2.
But Pylus does get the refrag onto Tyso, who was upstairs. But I just... What is it with us and calling this stuff? You know, the second that we say, oh, you need this operator, the second that people run the operator, they start winning. I don't understand.
Me neither, to be honest with you. I don't understand any of this game either. All I know right now is that it seems like we're going to be inevitably heading just that little bit further into this one. It's a 2 versus 4, and unless some miracle happens in the next 5-10 seconds, it feels like Obscura, they're going to be going on to match point yet again. And if they can do what they've just done and claim an attack, we might be going a bit further.
Look
But
at Marty
hold on a
inside, and he
minute.
gets 2. Oh my god, Marty going absolutely haywire right now, 16-9. But does he get the head? He misses the head. Pylus, you can't be missing that shot in this situation. But it is down to 2v2. But Pylus and Marty, a little bit low on HP right now. Pylus has more HP. But all Obscura have to do is just wait patiently. Do not peek that.
And
Don't peek it.
The attackers, they've got time, they've got utility, but they've not got the players. Marty drops down. Beautiful swing out from Al there, leaving it all on to Pylus. Has been so great this entire map, but in a 1 versus 2, 15 seconds to go. It feels a little bit far-fetched here. It feels a little bit far gone. And I've got a feeling we're going to be going a little bit further as Obscura take themselves a defense there. 2 rounds in a row now. But the question is, can they get another attack across the board to take us into that very, very interesting and very scary looking consulate right now? Or a core still fighting in this one? And just to throw some stats out there for you folks, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe I saw it from chat earlier from Kiri. The longest map, single map we have had so far in Season 5 of Phantom League is a 10-8, which is what we're going to have right now. If core win this round...
Deimos.
If core can somehow win this round against the Deimos that has been unbeatable so far in the couple rounds we've seen him, it's the longest map we've had so far.
Well, I swear to God, every time that we cast a game, you know, it's just unbelievably good Siege, right? It's just a great watch, right? And
Yeah.
it's an absolute pleasure, obviously, to be here and to cast for all the wonderful people in chat and alongside you. But I just have so much fun with this stuff.
This
And
this is peak.
yeah, it's amazing stuff. But I feel like with the Deimos on Obscura, I don't know why Core stopped running the Deimos or the anti-roamers, because it kind of kicked them in the teeth there, actually. The C4s coming out from Obscura were absolutely brilliant, but I just don't really know why they dropped the anti-roamers. And I feel like that was just a kick in the balls for them, but
yeah, and well, truth be told, we have to wait and see, I suppose, now. This is the thing. We, back down to this basement yet again. Whether it's going to be working out, yet again, you just have to see. And it's all on this Deimos. It's all on these first couple of kills, I feel. They're the important ones. It's the ones that dictate it. Right now, for Core, it's... Oh, Pylus has been droned out. That could be a problem. They need to get away and get away quickly, because otherwise the hunt is going to be very much on very, very quickly. And that could be an early loss there and not one you want to be taking.
Absolutely not. And at the moment, Pylus just doing exactly the right thing, just maintaining the vertical. But yeah, a bit of a slower round now than previous ones that we've seen. But Pylus has obviously shouted out Taiso, who's in medical right now. And Deimos target's already coming out.
Yeah, that's it. Deimos target's coming on through, but unaware of the cross, taking some more damage. Pylus is in a great position right now. Has all eyes on the world. And the issue is, sometimes with this Deimos, is sometimes you can tunnel vision. Sometimes you can find yourself focusing on one player. And I'm looking at the top of my screen right now. I'm seeing Syke. I'm seeing Marty off on a bit of a flank. And if they can get something going while eyes are focused on Pylus, they could get some absolute freebies. C4's going to go down. Not quite going to hit its mark, and the hunt continues. The chase goes on, but the thing is, Rob, look at the clock, look at the time.
Yeah, wasting so much time, and look at Blitz's health as well. He's so low, and the Deimos pings on. They're just pinging Bandit. That's well, obviously he's playing vertical, but Blitz is way too focused on him right now, and Inafontu taking a lot of damage. It's just taking far too long to for Obscura to get in.
Good trade. Good trade from Pylus there. Somehow still alive. I really do not know how. He's not dead yet. He's had a Blitz and a Deimos chasing him throughout the entirety of the last 2 and a bit minutes. Somehow still alive. Not even in the objective. Running about like a madman. Just taking all of Obscura on a bit of a wild goose chase right now. Will eventually be shut down. That may be the nail in the coffin here. 2 versus 4. Marty, Latesy try and hold on. One has to push through the beehives here to try and deny this defuse going down. It's not just yet, but look at the clock, look at the time. That sixth defender that lurks, that sixth defender that's always playing about, it could be the difference maker here. No C4s, no impacts, but the utility coming on through. These ones are being isolated. Diffuser is going down. The question is Marty in a position here to deny it? Because Latesy is most certainly not.
I thought he almost got the headshot on there. That would have been incredible. But again, what is it with us and calling out Deimos and the fact that he's just won the round twice for Obscura?
And he's not just won the round, he's gone and won the entire map for them.
Absolutely.
From 0-6 down to a 10-8 victory. Obscura bring it back. And we go into Consulate. This one is not over. We've still got one more game in this one. And Rob, wrong screen. I have no words for what we've just witnessed. If you can't tell, just...
I think your camera's also a bit excited from from how little focus it had. But that was unbelievable. I just the going from 0 to 6, and you could see how cocky Core was, and then Obscura come back all the way, and then you just see the second that they run a Deimos, the second they run the anti-Roma, like we called out, they start winning attacks. And then Core drop the Deimos, they lose the round due to over-peaking and over-swinging and just not coming together as a unit. Resurrect taking far too long as Monty to get into sight. And just seeing that was unbelievable. But full props to Obscura for coming back for their mentality. And honestly, insane stuff. I'm loving this right now.
To go from 0-6 down to somehow coming into overtime and somehow getting the victory, you've got to give it to Obscura. That was their map pick for a reason. And sure, the attacks were rocky, but once they worked out how to deal with them, once they worked out the key, and the funny part was the key was shown to them by Core. Core were the first ones to bring that Deimos. And then it was Obscura to really realize, hold on a minute, there's something here, and use it. And now we go into Consulate. We're going to take a break because we need it, so do the players, but don't go anywhere because this series is not over. One more map to decide between whether it's going to be Obscura, whether it's going to be Core 3 to go on into playoffs. 7 rounds stand between either team, but who will it be? Well, we'll be back in a few to decide.
Cut you off. I knew something was wrong. I shouldn't have to call you back, 'cause now you're mad and you think I dropped the ball. That's a bridge I haven't crossed. Not my fault, that's your pissed off. You shouldn't have to treat me like this, treat me like this. talk to you, but lately I've been doubting. Shawty went outside, grabbed a bottle and she downed it. I thought I lost my sense of pride, but recently I found it. Once again, now I'm back on the cycle. Walk inside the function thinking maybe I just might go. Me and your friends, really not that tight, ho. It's all good now, they all had to cut you off. I knew something was wrong. I shouldn't have to call you back, 'cause now you're mad and you think I dropped the ball. That's a bridge I had to cross, not my fault that you're pissed off. You shouldn't have to treat me like this, treat me like this. Now I'm all alone once again. I just wanna
I'm running on diesel, baby, I'm active. Try to wanna know what's happening. Baby, no cap, I'm captain. Honey, no rings on me, ain't bagging. Diesel, feeling I'm massive. I feeling like Shaq, I'm shacking. That little bitch, she savage. Hit it on top all night, I'm damaged. Bomb, 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 yeah, bomb, 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 bomb. Feeling I'm massive. Feeling like bomb, 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 bomb.
I just wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna.
I'm running on diesel, baby, I'm active. Shawty wanna know what's happening. Baby, no cap, I'm captain. Honey, no rings on me, ain't bagging. Diesel, feeling I'm massive. I feeling like Shaq, I'm shacking. That little bitch, she savage. Hit it on top all night, I'm damaged. Bomb, 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 yeah, bomb, 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 bomb. Feeling I'm massive. Feeling like bomb, 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 bomb. Dip, slide, when I wanna dive. Hit it to the rhythm all day and night. Raising the vibe, ain't no wasting the time. Gotta shoot my shot till I get what I like. Shawty really wanna fuck and I'm on one. Little homie looking bad, never got on. When the pop song, girl, go pop off. When we got that beat, who can't go down?
I just wanna. I just wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna.
I'm running on diesel, baby, I'm active. Shawty wanna know what's happening. Baby, no cap, I'm captain. Honey, no rings on me, ain't bagging. Diesel, feeling I'm massive. I feeling like Shaq, I'm shacking. That little bitch, she savage. Hit it on top all night, I'm damaged. Bomb, 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 yeah, bomb, 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 bomb. Feeling I'm massive. Bomb, 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 bomb,
Breathe through the fire, break the fire, chasing something true, caught in a bind. Maybe undo, maybe undo. 'Cause when every chord felt off, and the silence could be better, every motion falling flat, had to leave you, had to leave you. Now your tide's pulling me back, like a fool who put you to work. With the pain you left still fresh, I can heal you, I can heal you.
One more map between these two teams. One of them's going to playoffs, one of them will not be. The question is if it's Obscura or is it going to be Core? Dara, while we get Consulate loaded, what the bloody hell happened on Lair?
I'm not entirely sure, honestly. I think there's a conspiracy to make you not go to bed on time. I think that's what the Siege gods have in mind for you. But no, in all honesty, Lair was unbelievable. We saw a 0-6 lead be thrown away, and then both teams struggling with attack, and then we call out a Deimos and they start winning. So I wouldn't be surprised if there is a Deimos ban coming up right now alongside a Cade ban, and then probably either a Thermite or a Maverick. And probably a Valkyrie as well, since Valkyrie is incredibly strong on this map as well.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Deimos ban, if I'm being honest with you. Oh. You know what? I think the question lies, if we had all chat right now, a favourite of mine in the all chat of Siege, fear or respect. And I've got a feeling for Core 3 and for Obscura, that Deimos ban, it's all fear. He is the boogeyman, he is the villain after all of the lore, but him being removed, that is going to be a problem. But then also the bans, I feel they're adapting to what this game has been. You remove the Goyo individual, and
Jackal.
Those are the two operators who have been on the hunt. And yeah, Jackal, it's a great adaptation here. I think someone's been cooking in the strats in between maps.
Or they've been listening to us.
Don't do that. We're not professional Siege coaches and or casters. Please don't listen to us for advice, because my advice is stick your head out of the window with a Boss G and see what happens.
Well, yeah, my advice is to run outside with Clash and try and teabag the enemy to try and kill you, and then just make yourself look like an absolute twit. Or
I've got a clip to show you later.
Oh goodness me! Did you do that?
No. This happened in Pro League.
This happened where?
Pro League.
Pro League.
We're not going to talk about that anymore. That I will send you the clip. Remind me.
Okay, I will do that after the game.
There is a clip of that one. I mean, luckily, no Clash on the board here, but, you know, survive the ban phase, you never know. Either way, though, top floor Consulate for our first defense here. I think we were talking about this one a little bit before the game, right, weren't we, Rob? And for me, for us, it's this first half. Can Core get some attacks going? Because I feel like Obscura have worked out the attacks. You know, they were looking better by the end of that Lair, and I feel a lot of the same things that worked on Lair will work here on Consulate. Really, what it is now is it going to be Core working things out? Because if they go 6-0, 5-1 down here, they're going to have a very troublesome defensive half, because I feel Obscura will be able to get some attacks. It's all in these first 6 rounds for me.
Absolutely. And already they're starting to play off Skylight, starting to watch the admin office. Al is playing inside, obviously manager's office at the time. Syke is getting that. My favorite wall to breach into. I love breaching that wall. I always get a kill on that wall. But Tyso playing close breach at the moment. And does he know that he's currently repelled upside down?
No, he's not. He's gone.
Oh, he's not. He's on the roof now.
Tyso's going out, and bye-bye, the player has gone. Instead, Sykes on the other side of the build. I mean, if you ask me, I know it's not had its rework yet, but Consulate is one of these maps where the advanced repel mechanism is really in handy. Being able to just sprint around the whole map on the repel, the extra mobility is such a little buff for the attackers here. Because look at that, they've been able to go from pressuring towards catering, over towards copy side, and now over in admin. They're getting the players in, they're sending them through. Ow, first one to fall here on Consulate.
Absolutely, and again, both teams just trying to feel each other out on this map right now as Inafon2 gets kill onto Resurrect, and that's crucially the ace that goes down. But inside of admin, there's another gunfight brewing, and a great kill there from and coordination from Marty, but Chris does take down Pylus, so trades happening left, right, and center at the moment. Now the round starts to really get going.
Yeah, and this is the big part of every Consulate attack, I feel, when you're pushing from towards admin side, is how do you deal with this checkers corridor? If you ask me, it's the no man's land hardest part to push, and Tyso's holding on to it. Well, Tyso was holding on to it. Tyso is now down, unable to be revived. Very very difficult one to pull across. A stalemate is going to emerge. A 2 versus 2 effectively here, unless somehow, some way there's a revive. The drone from Marty will come on through, very likely confirm the player is injured. We don't really need to worry too much, never mind. Lightsy's going to go down there, collect your 1, get your 3Bs. You know what? I respect it. Go get those 1s, Kings, pad those stats out. So 2 versus 2, 30 seconds left to go. Checker's control should be free. Going to use those RAU projectors, those sense walls to try and gain the ground here. Pushing towards the objective. Now keep in mind, Warden can no longer see through those here. So if Diffuser can be recovered by Core 3, which it will be, and they can push across, they could try and go for a plant here.
Absolutely. I honestly think they could push into the cubby there and start planting, which is exactly what Marty's going to do. Chris hears that, and he does have the shotgun in hand, and Marty just gets way too close, but Latesy takes him out, and Robbo finishes Latesy off, and it just ends just like that. It's so fast, but...
That was almost a 180 from
absolutely.
Magic there. Just watching out of corner, I'm like, uh-oh, someone's about to 180, someone's about to massive upset, but no. A good hold from Obscura. I think for your first hold, especially on a consulate defense, perhaps a little less comfortable than one would desire. A little less comfortable here.
Absolutely. Sorry, I just had to take a sip of water because that was so intense.
Yeah, I'm just going to head to a pause. There's a player protesting. I'm just going to wait for the good to go ahead. We're just waiting here, pausing, having a quick protest pause. We'll be back in 2 secs. We're just going to wait for this one to go on through, wait for the go ahead from the admins. And still we get the go ahead to go on through with this one. Either way, though, a first round on, I think that was an interesting one there from the side of Obscura. I think it was a little too close for comfort there, especially a lot of those Oli picks going perhaps the wrong way. Maybe not the way you want them to go.
I think so, and I think going off of Jackal was the wrong choice there because they pushed into admin very quickly, but there was a good cross cover there from, I believe it was Core that did cover, and getting that pick should have propelled them to try and push up to Spiral, probably Manager's Office, try and push up to Catering as well, just try and clear the Warden from Catering. And the problem was that Marty had the right idea, but it's just that shotgun. The Warden played it so well, especially playing inside of Catering, just waiting for the diffuser to go down, swinging out, shotgunning. Lysy did take him out, of course, but there was another player covering, so has to be faster. And I believe I think teams just aren't playing off the picks that they're getting. Unless they're on defense, which is kind of the thing that we've been seeing, quite a bit on the attacking side.
Yeah. No worries. So we're just waiting on this one to be resolved on through here, folks. Just waiting for the admin. I believe it was a forbidden skin that was used in around there. So we're just waiting for that to be resolved here between the call. So we're just going to wait to see. We're just going to go for a very, very quick pause, and we will be back in a couple of minutes.
is all that it takes to break up the trust that we made. I'm open to changing my ways this time. Oh, why do I fall for it every time? I'd do anything to keep you mine. So just call my name. Tell me you're never leaving, won't you stay? And I'll play your games as long as the fire doesn't fade away. Yeah, just call my name. Yeah, just call my name. Yeah, just call my name. Can't forgiveness mend what we've torn? A chance to rebuild what was worn. With honesty guiding my stride this time. So just call my name. Tell me you're never leaving, won't you stay? And I'll play your games as long as the fire doesn't fade away. Yeah, just call my name. 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 Yeah, just call my name.
How could I know it would be goodbye, my love? When did the close of forever come, my love? All I recall was a stare that was vacant and cold. Where did the spark go, the warmth that once stole my soul? It seems the glow from within your eyes is gone. I never knew they could also lie fire gone. How can a heart just forget what's kept it still? I need to know, must I live in this lonely world?
Do apologise for the quick delay on that one there, folks. Unfortunately, we had one of the players on the side of Obscura, not of Obscura, one of the players on the team's Obscura using the forbidden skin. So unfortunately, we have had to redo the round, same operators, same site, of course, if you have not seen the chat. Exactly the same as it was set up as the previous round, same operator band, same everything, exactly the same as it was. Only difference is, of course, we'll be starting from that 0-0 point again. And considering how close it went before the replay, this one could go quite the distance yet again.
It could definitely go the wire, but honestly, I'm in the minority that thinks that one team is definitely gonna. I think one team might dominate this map. I'm
You
gonna
think?
go with that. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that mindset. I think that Obscura might get this one, only because of the fact that they have the momentum with them. Obviously, it might have been removed from the intermission that we had, but I honestly think they've got a good setup here, and I think Core have to be very, very careful with how they play this site.
Yeah, that is it. Core are going to have to be, thinking about how they do this one here. It's not going to be an easy push as we saw in the previous time this was played. It went down to a 1 versus 1.
What are
but,
you doing,
well,
Psych?
Tyso, that's just a freebie there. Playing out this catering position, sprints out, runs out. Tried it previously, didn't work, but second time seems to be the charm. Elsewhere, though, it's going to be Infontu fighting for life here, trying for any form of survival in copy. C4 is going to go out towards admin on the rappel, not going to find anyone. So we're going to remain in this 5 versus 4 for now.
Yeah, my apologies. I was just very, very confused as to what Psych was doing, just standing very, very still and didn't hear the run out, unless Wamai did not open it up, but very cheap kill to give away. Not watching the runouts, but bit of a slower round than the one we had previously, and at the moment, just Core just taking their time, just biding their time, starting to go into admin as well, opening up lines of sight, giving out intel.
But look at the pacing. It's better than it was before from the side of Core. Look at this. We're halfway through the round. Already they're contesting over checkers. This time is you've got Taisu playing out towards vending machine, hiding behind this deployable shield. It was present in the previous round, but it was never really capitalized upon. And now it's going to become this little bit of a power position. Frag Grenade's going to come on through, and with the magnets taken off the board, deployable shield gone as well.
Dear.
This position for Taisu gets dicey, but somehow, some way makes it out alive and remains us in this 4 versus 4. Ryu projector is going to continue to come on through. Both Lightsea and Tyso taking some damage, but still, this stalemate. 4 versus 4. Checkers yet to be crossed and 60 seconds to go.
Absolutely, and I kind of like this approach from Core. They've kind of learned from the last map and the last round. They're taking things a lot more slowly, but look at Chris and Pylis just really close together now. They're just waiting for that audio cue as some shots come out from Skylight, but I do like this approach from Core, I have to say. It's a much better methodical and slower approach.
Indeed. It's a much better approach, and it's working out for them there. Marty takes down Al, giving Core the man advantage for the time being. 4 versus 3 right now. They look to push towards in the objective here. Tyso, Robbo taking a lot of damage, taking a lot of shots either way, but Chris tucked away in the corner here. Is this position of the Warden? No, because if they don't know, this could be 3. Tyso gets one, but Marty's on a triple kill here, trying to find something, trying to make something huge happen. Eventually, Pylis downs Chris, and now here comes the defuse. Can Tyso stop this one in time? Can't quite see the angle, can't quite find any of the kills, and Core 3, they're going to turn it around. They're going to take round number 1.
Yeah, much better round from Core 3 there. Much better round. And honestly, again, I really loved the approach, and I think the awareness there to know that the Warden was in the corner this time and not sitting in catering was great. The drone work was really good. I think the pacing was fantastic, and much better from Core.
Yeah, that's it. They definitely took the learnings from round number 1, and in the round number 1.1 we're able to make things happen. Now we head towards round number 2. This time around, do keep in mind teams we're back to normal now. Teams are allowed to bring a different operator lineup on the board. So as you can see, Obscura, they're going to be trying something a little bit different, swapping out the Goyo, bringing out the Echo instead. And we saw the impact the information he can feed had through map number 1, and considering both times we've seen these sites play out, it's been a situation where it's been really down to the wire in terms of time. The Echo pick could be a stroke of genius here from Obscura.
Absolutely, but also I think that what Core need to do is also run an anti-roam, and the reason why I'm saying that is well, there's somebody going to be playing bottom floor or playing spiral, but the main reason why I say that is to put pressure on Echo as well, because if they run a Jackal or a Deimos and Echo's just sitting there with no pressure at all and is able to just keep disorientating the attackers on the diffuser, it's going to cause a massive, massive problem. So I'm a little concerned about the lineup of operators here, but we have seen it work. So
Yeah.
let's see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, the strat here for the side of core very much screams to me we're going to be going for a bit of a window plant. Send the Montaigne in, apply some pressure. As soon as you can get control of this sort of yellow admin side of the map, Bucks down below applying that vertical pressure. Going to be able to claim a pick off the back of it. Marty takes down Owl. You can see there Chris trying to fight for it, unable to make it happen. Psych does go down. The drop wants to come on through here, but Matthew taking one. Latsy gets another with a C4 as well. Grimping's coming on through. A good start to the round here from core 3 as they're making things work.
Absolutely, but again, very slow and methodical here from core. Excuse me, sorry. And Marty on half the HP, but 4-0, so he's keeping up his really good form from the last map as well. And Chris, what a shot! My God, never mind. I just jinxed Marty. I should really stop doing that. And Resurrect pushing up onto Chris, giving valuable information. But
And
look
this is the issue.
at
this.
pillars on the window.
Yeah, and Utility's going to come on through, but it's going straight into a ward. And not only that, this Montaigne is currently isolated on an island. He needs some breathing room. You need someone from core to hop on in and try and provide some support. Because as you can see, look at the pressure he's feeling. He's such a focal point right now. And unless the goal is to use him as a distraction strategy, he's in a very difficult spot right now. And he's not going to be able to take anything else unless someone comes in to support. Because look at that. It's just players watching him. Being Candela's coming on through. The site push is going to go. And you can see Chris wants to make a relocate. But here comes the defuse attempt. This is go time for Obscura right now, but
Echo.
they're able to stall it off. Yeah, the Echo drone, they're able to stall off this defuse, giving them some time, allowing Infon to try and make the push across here. Shotgun not able to do damage from the range here, but the cover from Resurrect is able to find Chris. A dual bloodbath happening through, but it's just Latesy left now in a 1 versus 2. You're on the rappel, very favourable spot to be in, but can you make the defuse happen? Can you hold on to this plant? You have to be careful.
He has that shotgun. He has that shotgun, yeah, but as you say, there is also the run out. And I believe that's what Robbo is about to do.
Burnt. And the Claymore's been burnt. It's a very free, easy run out here. Inflentu is anticipating it, but it matters not. Player goes down. Inflentu gets the defuse. A very good hold from Obscura there, and we're tied up 1 apiece.
I honestly feel like it would have been better for core to have one player rotate to yellow stairs, jump down yellow skylight, and just join Montaigne. I honestly feel like that would have been a much better strat than just having 2 people on the window. Sure, they got the plant down, but at the same time, the Echo just gave off so much information. And I feel like having 2 players playing yellow to put that pressure on people that are outside of the site would have been so much better, because then if those players would have been taken out, all they have to worry about then is the Echo.
Yeah, that's it. It's different ways to be playing that one. And issues certainly for the side of core in that one on the attack. It was a good idea. I like the idea, but I think you just lost a couple too many people too early on, and it certainly did cost you later in that round. So we're going to head towards basement now. First time we're seeing a different objective here over on Consulate. And no, you already like what I'm seeing from Obscura. I feel we're going back to our aggressive ways slightly here. Tyso going to be hopping straight on towards the Scoplos here, teleporting all around the map, trying to find their way left, right, and center. And you never know, maybe able to make some magic happen here with this operator, but I've got a feeling it's Tyso. We're not doing this again. Surely we're not doing this again, Tyso.
I don't know. They're kind of running in blindly, and Psych. Oh, but Psych was ready for him, Tyso. You can't be doing that.
It was a gamble.
It was a gamble.
Gamble did not pay off.
No, I'm gonna be completely honest, Travi. I hate runouts. I do.
You hate runouts, or being on the receiving end, or running out yourself?
Both. I've got to say that sure, when it works, sweet, but running out with no intel and just giving yourself away like that, right? It's a double-edged sword. Just like that.
Okay, we're willing these things into existence. By any chance, could you will me into existence a winning lottery ticket?
Ooh. Maybe.
You know, if you're feeling a bit magical tonight, you know, feeling like you can, you know, got a secret like genie hidden away somewhere in your room, that would be appreciated. Either way, core will be appreciating the 2 free kills they've really been handed. You know, they haven't really had to work for them; they've just kind of been given. But Marty gives themselves over to Infontu there. 3 versus 4. At least it's something back. But Psych on a triple. Looking for the ace now.
Let's hope we don't have to sing Sweet Caroline.
Let's hope.
Or has that? Let's hope not. But
Let's hope. Yeah.
yeah, a really great really great round here coming out from Core and playing off the vertical, putting pressure on the Echo, just like I said. Really important stuff. But Echo is currently playing yellow, but he's on low HP, so we have to be very careful. If any goes down here, they lose the Echo. So I think he's being very careless playing like this. He has to just wrap back into kitchen maybe, but there you go. He just goes down, and then they lose the Echo functionality, but Robo gets the refrag onto Psych, and now it's a 3v1.
Yep, 3v1, and Resurrect to close it on out. Core looking incredibly good down there, and yeah, I think that Echo, he just wormed himself into a bit of a pickly spot there. Let's be honest. You know, you're stuck at the bottom of yellow. You run out, try and get back behind pillar, and you're just going to get absolutely blasted. You're just going to get massacred. Versus you hide, you probably die also. There wasn't really a way out of that one, I feel, but there might be a way to change the course of things right now, because Obscura, they need to start hitting these defenses. Consulate, as we said, it's typically a defender-sided map, and I really think the number of attacking rounds won in this first half are going to be the telling ones for how this game progresses.
Absolutely, and a targeted ban there on the vertical. I saw that one coming a mile away. But notice now how they're playing Jackal.
Yeah.
And they're running the anti-roamers, which is working a treat, actually, and putting pressure on the Echo. Yeah. So either I'm psychic, or they are starting to be, what's the word, diverse.
They're diverse, yeah,
in their play.
That's the key, I think. When you've got a match going this distance, you start to pick up the defaults. It's why we've seen Obscura shift away from that very ranked play style of just running, swinging. Sure, we still see Tyso and a couple other players do it here and there, but we've seen them shift away from that aggression in towards more of your bog standard sort of play style here on Consulate. Because you keep trying the same thing over again, Core are going to learn. They're going to diversify what they're doing to build into that. As you say, Rob, you need to be keeping things fresh. You need to be keeping your opponent guessing, because as soon as they feel comfortable, they're going to be playing at just another higher level, and it's going to be very difficult to take them down when they feel like they know what's coming.
Absolutely, but again, the importance of that Echo, especially in garage and in that basement, is so important, because if they get that garage door open, they're just going to smoke and plant. But having Echo there negates that. So as I said in the last round, him peeking yellow stairs was a massive gamble, and it wasn't needed to be taken. He could have just sat back in kitchen and just sat on the drones and just, you know, gave information to the team. But we have someone already droning yellow skylight, and was he playing upstairs in console? And
solo mission.
Yeah.
But this is where the Jackal comes in. You said it. And Pilus can get a whiff of those footsteps. It's going to be some free pickings, but not even going to need the Inox scanner, because he's got the drones. Going to be spotting the Jackal, can see exactly where Mozzie's playing, going to be chasing in on through. And eventually, Chris, he's going to get a sense of the pressure. Exactly the right call to make, I think, in this position. Absolutely. Just drop away. Don't take anything, don't give anything that you need to, and just rely on your team to pick up the freebies. Resurrect goes down to a C4 from Owl, 4 versus 5. Advantage held by the defense right now, but they need to be careful, because attacking utility, it is burning.
Yep, and it's wasting so much time. That Two-Brow blocking off that charge there is wasting so much time. But Marty does get the kill onto Chris, onto yellow, and that's the Mozzie roaming. So, but do they know about Legion, who's currently in meeting?
That's it. Do they know? Because Pilus is off by Spiral, but someone is watching it.
He does know.
Going to find it out there, takes the pick down, takes the head clean off of Tyso. 3 versus 4 advantage yet again feeds back to the way of the attack in this final 60 seconds of the round here. And Core, if they win this, I think 3 is certainly a good place to be coming out of a half of Consulate, let alone, you know, you're already sitting at 3 after round number 4. It'd be a very good start here for Core if they can make this one happen, but they've still got a couple more people to try and fell. Robbo's going to take some damage there as Marty gets a Goon Mine stuck in their foot. Owl trying to make something big happen here. Going for extension out towards Spiral's side. It's a risky position to play, but if they can make it work, it could be absolutely massive. But I fear Pilus sending a drone on in. It's going to be spotted on out. But Marty going down. It's possibly a way into this one for Obscura if the recovery does not come on through.
Core has to start moving now. They're taking way too long. 25 seconds left and more damage going on to Psych right now, but he has to be very careful because he does have Diffuser. Inafontu takes down Lightsy and Marty goes down from Inafontu as well, and down goes Diffuser. So this round, I think, is all but over for Obscura unless Pylus can pull off some heroics here, but he does get peeked from Inafontu and out in the open, and I don't think I saw one Jackal scan.
No. I think I didn't see a single use of that utility there. Granted, through, I think, a lack of opportunity, just positioning of the Jackal, he wasn't really in a place where he could use it. So we're going to head back up to the top floor here. And for me, this is the curious one. Because the first time an objective has been bought, Core have won it. First time top floor was bought, Core won it. First time basement was bought, Core won it. Second time it's been bought, Obscura won it. Second time basement was bought, Obscura won it. What happens on go round number 3? Because this is the third time we've seen this top floor now.
I think the pendulum is going to keep swinging until one team finds something that gives them the edge, right? Which I think is honestly just playing anti-roamers and playing anti-gadget, but playing them effectively. Because we've been seeing anti-roamers, but the Jackal didn't use his gadget.
Yeah.
So it's difficult to, like you say, it's probably inopportune, right? There wasn't really an opportunity. But I honestly think that the edge here is definitely anti-roamers. And I believe Warden's reading a newspaper.
I was just having a, just having an inspect, seeing what Chris was standing around. Warden is very, very well dressed for the occasion here. I mean, we should be well dressed ourselves, really, all things considered here. This is, keep in mind for those of you just joining us, this is a playoff spot game here. This is the final round of Swiss. It's do or die. Whoever loses this map, whoever loses 5 more rounds, they're gone. They are eliminated from the competition at this point. It is do or die. It is tense. It is starting to really wrap up. And considering the sort of barn burner we've had on the first 2 maps, I'm hoping this one continues to deliver here. Owl looking to play aggressive now, out towards office, but instead it's going to be Psych elsewhere on the map. Finds Tyso, who I'm running. Is this the 3rd time he's died on this position?
Yes, I believe so, yes. And again, it's why I dislike runouts, but it's very, very clumsy stuff from Tyso. Just see, like you say, runouts are a bit of a 50-50, right? It's a gamble. But if it doesn't pay off, your team's down a member, right? Yeah. So now you've got Owl playing service stairs and hallway, and you've got Chris having to deal with a Monty. But having a Wamai there, an extra member to help with the Monty, who has Diffuser, would have been paramount.
It would have been. That's it. And, it's another one of those operators you lose early on. His utility charges up through the round. He's not going to have any more utility later on for this one. Echo Drone's going to come on up now, and that's going to put the Montaigne in the spot of bother because he's going to, never mind, he's going to be in the spot of bother anyway. He's dead. He's gone. Owl's claimed the board, going up on a bit of a flank here. And yeah, Diffuser, Checkers being really deadly yet again here. But Marty on the bottom does get the pickup.
Absolutely, and that's a very important refrag. But the thing is, they've now got a Legion watching Diffuser, and a Capital now pushing up. Checkers grabs the Diffuser, and that's huge for the round. But they've got 50 seconds now, and the Echo Drone is watching that doorway. Pylus just watching the end of Checkers right now, and pushing up very slowly, but are they aware of Legion? Now, there is a mute jammer there, so blocking drones from going into sight is absolutely massive, but Resurrect might take a chance here.
Yeah, that's it. Does Resurrect want to go? Do they have any idea about the player playing prone and calling? See, Pilot's going up on behind here. He's going to find the swing. Does get one, but immediately Robbo's in a tough spot. Somehow still alive and kicking in this position. Pilot is taking damage from behind. It's Infontu. Psyche does trade it back, though, making us 2 versus 2, and we're even. And as you said it, Rob, there goes Diffuser, there goes Kit. Someone might trying to hold from below, but you really need him on the site right about now. Diffuser's going to be recovered, and it's no choice right now but to try and do a Hail Mary. The question is, with such low HP, can Marty do the cover or not? Going to be spraying, going to be going. Robbo's trying to find it. No, down to the Diffuse player and Obscura. They're going to hold on.
Yeah, they're just the missed shots there from Buck. They had to hit that shot onto Legion. I think that headshot onto Legion, they probably would have run the round, honestly. It's just a case of missed shots. They're going to be kicking themselves, Core.
Yeah, and it'll be, a case of you can't be playing that one with 100% confidence, just on the account of the fact that you're on such low HP there on the buck. It was a real unfortunate situation, but you needed to be up there with your teammates pushing the site when they were pushing in, not trying to support them after the fact. So, for the first time on this side, we're going to be seeing Tertiary come on through now. What can Piano Expo get going for us? This is an important one because, as I've said, the first time a site's been bought every single time, it's gone the way of Core, and a 3-3 split on Consulate, that's incredibly good.
Absolutely, and this is the site where you can play vertical, right? And Obscura are well aware of this, so they're setting up a mirror, just watching across into console office, into catering. So it's they're well aware of the fact that vertical can be played off of here, but what I'm eager to see is how they space out people into two different places. So maybe 2 people sit site and 2 people sit upstairs in console and catering. So we'll have to see how it goes.
Have to see, as you say, this is going to be the interesting round. Vertical, so important, like you said, and already it means Court, they have double work to do because they not only need to clear this top floor, but also need to go and clear below it. Extra work to do for them, and we've seen time be an issue for them before. Does this site make a difference? And I like this from Tyso, just playing Ella up on the top floor, hide in here, tucked in a corner, using the Grismot mine, more importantly, supported by the mirror window. No one's playing behind it, but as long as the drone doesn't cross the threshold, it's the phantom pressure that someone might be there, the phantom pressure of the maybe, and sometimes maybes can be the definites in a game like this, because look at that, they're going to have no idea no one's behind the mirror now. They're going to think Ella's either tucked in that corner, she's going to be somewhere about. Core, they're not really sure what they're pushing into right now, burning a couple of drones, trying to clear this top floor out, but good hold right now from Obscura.
Absolutely, and this is exactly what they need to do. Put the pressure onto Ella, and Monty's doing a great job right now, but he just has to be very, very careful of the flank to the right as well.
Yeah, and this
Great
is where
job.
we need the support from Chris, but it's a team kill from Psych there. Does it at least equalize us? Which, is a trade I think more than happy Core are going to be to take that one. They're still fighting for this top floor, though. They can't be forfeiting it this early in the round. However, with the Blackbeard eyeing them up, double shield lineup, well, there's not really a lot you can do in this situation. Chris playing it close with the shotgun here, trying to find it, but here comes Infontu on the flank. Caught the Blackbeard in the sandwich, take him out just like that. Attack totally dismantled right now by the side of Obscura. A brilliant hold and 2 kills away from getting us a 4-2 half.
Absolutely, and I'm starting to see the things click for Obscura now. Really starting to play together, not taking the gunfights that they need to, but not taking unnecessary gunfights, but it's just Core just don't really know what to do on this defense. They played this vertical so well, and they've distracted them, and it's working. Al gets a great kill onto Psych, and Chris finishes off Marty, and I'm starting to really see Obscura come alive here. That vertical play was so important because, if they hold the vert, they get the round.
Yeah, that's it. They hold the vert, and they do hold the vert, but they go down holding it, or rather they win holding it. They take the attack down holding it, and now we head towards the second half, and this is I said the first half was interesting. Well, Core and Obscura, I think they've both done the expectation. A 4-2 on Consulate, it's not out. It is what the expectation, I feel, is for the defense to get the 4 rounds. Now we head in towards the second half. Do we start to see Obscura apply what they were really able to start to capitalize on their attacks towards the end of Lair? Or do we see a bit of a regression like we saw at the start of that map? It's a wait and see moment. Of course, we've got the operator bands to get through first. Goyo Montaigne taking off the board here. It feels like all of the operators we're seeing removed is very adapting. It's very much an adaptation based on what we've seen so far from the series. Less default bans, more about specifically what these two teams are bringing against each other. But speaking of something a little out of the ordinary, one that perhaps we don't always see as the primary bomb site and one rarely bought at all, we're going to be going to the split site.
Ooh,
Bit of split site. We got,
bit
of course,
split site.
one of you up here. Those of you who don't watch as much competitive Siege, split site is the only one in a competitive map pool where we've got one site on one floor, and then rather than being an adjacent room, it's actually down in the basement on a totally different level. It's a unique one. It's certainly a fun one to play, and it's dependent on the team. It sometimes comes in as a tertiary, but very rarely as a primary. Very curious to see what Core have got cooking here.
This site scares me.
It
So
scares you.
Yeah, it scares me. I never normally play it because it's like you're covering two different sites, and by what I mean by that is you've got the vertical site, which is on in the storage, and then you've got one in servers as well. So which essentially your only form of traversal is the staircase, and if that gets cut off from you, if there's an attacker going through garage, which is exactly what they're doing right now, and they're able to cut off the rotate onto stairs by watching it, you're kind of screwed, and you'd be
Yeah.
pinned.
And speaking of pinned down, well, Obscura are certainly trying to make Core feel that way right now. Look at this. We're 30 seconds into the round, and they're already pushing across towards the objective here. Marty does get a reinforcement off. There's actually going to be piles there on the Tubrel, holding the long angle there against the player. The Blackbeard, though, Tyso coming in on the flank. This could be the massive difference maker, but here's the C4 of Resurrect Rip. Has to play it cautiously, has to be careful. Owl wanting to play it close, swing the angle, a bit quieter on the IQ there, so maybe able to get away with things. Right now, it's a very split approach, but there's a lot of important players right now, a lot of lines being held, but look at this from Piles, beautiful angle being held, but
What a
not
nade.
going to be able to hold it for long, as you say. The grenade goes, gets rid of it, C4 as well, thrown.
No.
Doesn't hit its mark, but look, there's still two more in the pocket, 3 already thrown.
I don't think that the C4 actually went off, because I think the
No.
Turbrow hit it.
Yeah.
But Resurrect takes out Owl, and that's a big pick. That's IQ as well. So both Ash and IQ are now off the board. And where is Robber right now? He is just trying to breach the outside wall, just in construction, and I'll give him a bit of intel in terms of the site.
Yeah.
But crucially, Blackbeard still in Visa.
Yeah. It's not even he's still in Visa. He's intentionally gone and rotated upstairs from Visa. He was downstairs with the main assault. I think it was an idea to try and change a route of attack, and hello, it might just be working. Freebie on towards Resurrect now, and it does give a possibility, but look, a lack of information before this push here from the side of Obscura. They're now looking for players that are upstairs that just quite simply are not upstairs. The Blackbeard's going to move down the stairs. His position's been given away right now, caught in a rock and a hard place. Letsy swings out, finds it. It's all onto Robbo. 1 versus 4. Position's going to be known. Position's going to be compromised. 40 seconds to go, Rob, and I just don't know about this one right now. Core seemingly going to be starting off their defense with a very strong showing, getting a quick read onto what Obscura, bringing it, and able to just as quickly shut it on out.
I think that Turbrow throw was absolutely incredible onto the Blackbeard, as well as Robbo gets a kill onto Psych. So the clutch could be on, but does he know about Marty? No, he does not. Marty takes him out. But that clutch, that Turbrow that was on the stairs to slow down Blackbeard was absolutely huge, because it slowed his movement, and they were able to get the kill onto Blackbeard. I'm fairly sure if they didn't get that kill, Blackbeard could have pushed into sight and maybe gotten a couple kills, and the round could have ended much differently. So really good stuff from Core.
Yeah, incredibly fine margins yet again, or less so in the 1v1, more so in the 1v1s rather than the round as a whole. And now we move back to familiar territory, up on the top floor, exactly where we're used to seeing most teams playing. Now, thank God for this. Let's see, doing it. Taisu obviously is now on the attack, but just to make sure no more shenanigans happen, no one's going to be running out of catering. It's reinforced off, at least until a thermite comes along and blows it open. Good standard looking hold here from the defensive side. You just want to hold out towards admin side, have that extension, bit of pressure towards yellow as well, and then just funnel the players on in once you realise where the push is coming from. And that's, for me, what Core did so well in the previous round. They realised what exactly Obscura were doing, and because they were able to do that so quickly and with such a level of precision, they were able to just very quickly adapt, very quickly move the right players to the right places, mop up the round just like that. Obscura, as you said, need to move the pacing up a little bit.
Absolutely, they are being a little bit too slow on pushing into sight, and Core have done a very good job of just holding down the split site as well. So, but let's hope they don't over rotate and start peeking admin, because I believe we're looking at an admin push right now.
Yeah. We are indeed, and there's, utility being thrown here from both sides. You can see Latesy with the C4 ready to throw it on over. As soon as you get the sound cue of the rappel hopping on in, that's going to be a nice, easy 3v4 to C4. Marty taking a little bit of unnecessary damage there off the back of a frag grenade. It's yet again just this stalemate kind of emerging here. When do the attackers make the push in? They need to dislodge these players before they do so. Interestingly enough, don't have the buck, don't have anyone to send below to try and deal with it, so it's going to be reliant on the utility, relying on the stun grenades here to try and force these players back. C4 is going to get thrown, but it's not quite going to hit its mark, and instead, all 10 players remain standing. Marty now left to hold the front line here towards admin, but eventually realizes a losing battle when he sees one and retreats on back.
Absolutely, but I feel like Marty just has to keep watching checkers. I feel like, especially in terms of the fact what Pillis is doing right now, actually, just keep holding checkers. But is he aware of the guy coming up spiral as well?
Oh, they are now. Tyso finds one back, 5 versus 4. Minute 23 seconds left to go here. Fighting for dear life here. Pilot's just lucky to get away based off the magazine size, and Latesy going huge with a shotgun. Swings the round into the pocket of Core.
Absolutely, and more shots coming out, and again, just over swinging angles that they don't need to. But all Core need to do is just slow down a little bit, let Obscura come to them. Obscura are against the clock here. Latesy gets another kill onto Robo, but it's an easy kill from Pillis as well. And now Blackbeard will take control of the diffuser, and it's all down to Chris.
Yeah, he's got diffuser, but he doesn't really have a lot else. Well, he has Pilot's head. That's a good start, I suppose. 1 versus 4 situation. Going to have to try and push on in towards the objective, but I think the call to anchor has been made right now for the side of Core. No need to overextend, no need to give anything away. Just play safe, just play hidden. You've got the utility, you've got the information, Toxic Babes as well. There's not a lot you can do on the Blackbeard right now. You're in basically stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do you push in, go for kills and get shot in the back? Do you push the other one and go and yell and get shot in the back? There's plenty of ways to go. Either way, Chris charging in towards the objective. You go any further, you're caught in a massive cross. Everyone swings out, but that's a possibility for everyone here. Don't throw this away here, Core. They're just going to hide, surely.
3 seconds.
They're just going to hide. Uh-oh.
They're throwing it away.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Okay,
my goodness. That actually scared me.
I had no more words for that one other than just, uh-oh.
That actually terrified me for a second. I thought that they actually threw that. I do not know why they decided to peek. That was... yikes.
Yeah, that should have been a really comfortable round for Core.
That should have been a far more comfortable round. Seeing the smoke just back off made my heart skip a beat. And thank goodness he did do that, because I have a feeling that Blackbeard probably would have won that round.
Yeah, that could have been a clutch for the ages there. Almost the 1 versus 4. Emphasis on the almost. Now we head back down towards the basement for the first time this half. So far, Core looking incredibly good on this defense. 2 rounds to go, and ignore a bit of throwery, a bit of tomfoolery towards the end of the previous one. 2 fairly comfortable rounds, I'd say. All things considered, both of them, 1 versus 4 in the previous round, 1 versus 3, I believe, in the first of their defenses. Looking incredibly good. Indeed, so far, this defense. And, Obscura, it's on them right now to take this tertiary, because if not, we could go to yet another overtime.
Absolutely. And honestly, I've just been enjoying what these two teams have been throwing at each other.
Yeah.
But it's clear to see where there is improvement needed. And also, it's all about endurance too. And the fact that these two teams have now been going at it for a while, right? So endurance is going to have to start playing.
That's it. I mean, we've been live almost 4 hours. Obviously not in game time, the duration of that. But, we've been here a good while. And these teams will certainly be feeling that as well, especially after the lengths of the previous map. It was one of those maps, I think, that last layer where things just went distance. It was a bit chaotic, and we're still sort of reeling calming off of the back of that one, really, And compared to this Consulate, which has been a much more normal game of Siege, probably the most normal we've seen all evening in terms of gameplay and style between these two. Playing the defaults, playing what we expect to see, and Pilus taking the head clear off the Tyso.
Absolutely, and again, another really big pick at the start of the round, and very early in the round, actually, as we see Pilus just playing inside of Visa and just going through console.
And that's the
Sorry,
ram.
not console, excuse me. Tellers. And
Yeah.
Grim already playing on Vert, but Lightsall just getting that pick as well. And good start here from Court.
Yep, and it just gets better. Pilus on a far position, Psych with another one as well, and suddenly, just like that, it's left to Robbo. 1 versus 4 for the Blackbeard in the last round couldn't quite be achieved. Well, how about a 1 versus 5? A little bit longer to do it, however, but there's so many players, so many bullets, and a flawless round to come through from Core 3. Speaking of 3, that's 3 rounds in a row now for the defense. A full site rotation completed. An opportunity to make a ban here, of course, but now it's you sit here and go, right, well, for Core, this looks within reach now. Two of the next 3 rounds and job's done. Playoffs secured, and what a shame it would be for Obscura, but right now, Core are certainly playing better in the second half.
Absolutely. They're playing far more conservative. They're a lot more disciplined as well. And the bans are what we'd actually expect. Mira and Blackbeard. Blackbeard, I assume, is probably a targeted one. And Mira, I assume as well. It was probably the bane of a lot of the attackers. And then Blackbeard, obviously almost clutching that round. So, you know, I believe targeted bans there. But definitely needed.
With a triple shield ban from Core as well, just noticed.
They don't really like shields that much, do they?
Neither do I. You know what? I support Core. I support that notion. I don't like playing against the shields. I feel you guys. I feel you. I understand. Shields, they make me sad. Shields make Core sad. Shields being gone makes happy. And Core, they will be happy as well. They've taken the lead back 4-5, as we said. Obscura, they really need to start doing some soul seeking, because otherwise this one could slip right through their fingers.
Absolutely, but again, Core just have to keep doing what they're doing. Just play really relaxed. Just wait for the attackers to come to you, and just know your roles.
Oh no, we're trying this again. We're trying this again. I've just got a feeling. We're trying this, base garage rush strategy yet again. Yes, we are. Right, let's see what happens this time around. Players of Obscura moving in towards the objective now, charging on right across. They've got control of base garage. Lines of sight being opened up on into kitchen. Core likely got the anticipation. Know what's going to be coming. Quick flick to the floor above. No one going to be up there. So it's just a straight frontline assault into the objective. But no, Pilot shuts it down first with a C4 throw. And the bloodbath starting to happen as the players from Core pile on down, knowing exactly what's coming.
Very true, and Pilus just doing what he does best, just waiting there, just playing really patiently. But Pilus does see the shadow at the bottom of cafeteria, so and breaches opening up and lines of sight opening up. But I don't think it honestly matters. Now they're droning. Has the droning started way too late though?
Yeah. This is the thing. I mean, there's been a massive relocation here from the side of Core, and it's given them a bit of uncertainty into exactly where. But you can see everyone from Core knows what's coming right now, and they can just play this trade game quite happily. 4 versus 5. They've got that man advantage, and I don't think Psych's been droned out either. Playing that really tight prone angle there, that could do some devastating damage here as Pilus continues to devastate with this DMR. Look at that damage. I mean, that's the thing. 1 bullet is all you need, and look at how much health Tyso's just lost from that single whiff of damage.
Again, peeking when you don't need to, but Core are just playing this really, really well. Not just being really disciplined. They know exactly what they need to do to win this round, and it's clear. And I think Obscura are just panicking a little bit. They're not really sure of what they want to do with this round. As Robert gets a kill onto Pilus,
but look at this,
and
massive
that will
flank.
certainly help. Yeah.
Do they? No. Flank from Latesy as well. It feels a little bit late, a little bit far-fetched here. But right now, this round's kind of gone a bit topsy-turvy. There's players left, right, and centre. And, well, Resurrect's going to find it. A bit of a panic response on site now. Marty, cornered inside of the objective, going to be eventually finished off here. This is much better from Obscura here. Using the illusion of this front assault and a bit of a late-round rotation here. 30 seconds left to go. Diffuser is going to be going stuck in down. Psych with the C4 in back pocket. Trying to recover this one. Trying to find anything, but I don't think it's going to be. Diffuser's being stuck down. Owl finishes it off, and finally Obscura are gonna take a round and at least guarantee us that we have to go to all 12.
They kind of proved me wrong big time there. I should have opened my mouth.
I thought,
Proved me-
honestly,
yeah.
that was going to be another round for Core. Obscura just trying the same thing, but as you said, it's that diversity. They're changing what they did before. They did exactly the same thing, except had they had that late round pivot round.
Absolutely. But again, it was just like in the end, the coordination for the push was just there. It seemed very disjointed at the start of the round, but then the more the round went on and, you know, they kind of banded together at the end and just pushed in, and Core didn't seem to have an answer. So I honestly feel like it's going to keep the pendulum swinging. I feel like we're going to have another very long overtime here, Travi.
Oh, I hope I do. Hope we see it, and I hope we don't. There's a part of me that craves bed right about now. There's also a part of me that just craves this one to go to distance. I mean, the thing is, right, I think even if this ends 7-5-1 or one way or the other, this is one of those points where I think, regardless of which team, sure, you're going to be disappointed you were eliminated at this point, but both teams have played well. Both teams have shown promise, and as you said, both teams have shown our issues. You know, they've shown their fair share of things to work on. One of them will need to address them for playoffs, but I don't think the teams can be disappointed with their results here. They've both put on a bloody impeccable show, an entertaining game of back and forths, and, you know, now we're on this consulate, which is a bit more default, a bit more standard in terms of how Siege goes. It's still entertaining, and it's nice to see the fundamentals of these teams being put to the test on this map.
Absolutely. And it's an absolute pleasure to cast for it, but I believe Core will have learned from the last rounds. I believe that they're pretty good at this site, and already they're just playing slowly, just listening for the sound cues, and as we see Lacey trying to get the kill onto the IQ, and was that somebody peeking from?
Yep, that was Pilus. Sticking his head up. Yep, that was Pilus. I mean, who else would it be at this point? But able to get away with his life, that's the important thing there. And now we sit through a 5 versus 5 yet again. A minute into the round here. Very split approach from the attack right now. They're a little bit all over the place, but the way the outlines look, at least a little bit in boxing in these defenders, and maybe looking to sort of create a bit of divergence, create a bit of a split through this top floor hold here. Rotero drones flooding in, not able to find too much utility. So, as you say, that stalemate emerging, that wait through. Infinitu going to be searching out for the drop floor, spots the player. Marty holding out towards Checkers, but here comes the vertical pressure now. Chris down below can start to make some things happen.
Absolutely, and that vertical pressure is so important. And also Robbo pushing up with Diffuser, and Marty and Psych having the right idea to just watch the hallway and watch Checkers stairs right now as one pushes up. But
great.
Psych does take down if onto, and Lightsy has a great kill onto Robbo, and that's Diffuser, but Chris picks it up again, and Lightsy gets taken out by Owl, and everything's starting to happen now in the round. And Resurrect takes down Tyso.
And now this Buck. Chris tucked in a real tough corner here. Going to navigate through on towards break here. But you've got to be careful because look at this player, Pronin. Do they have any idea about Psych? Well, they certainly do now. A bit of a whiff. Eventually will get down, but there's a possibility for recovery here from Owl, and it's definitely going to need to be, because otherwise you're playing a 1 versus 3 against a very hungry Core. Looking to secure map series point right now. 3 versus 2, 30 seconds to make the push across. 2 Toxic Babes still in pocket for Resurrect. That concerns me, as well as Pilus, as you say, still playing close to Checkers with that shotgun. Could be the man, the hero, the myth, the legend right now. 9 and 6, looking to be the first player in this lobby to cross the double digits. All you need to do is mop up one more of these kills in the next 20 seconds as Obscura have to cross your path.
And look at that. He has the one gadget on, and Buck flashed himself, and that could be crucial for the round, but Al does to get the refrag. It's now in a 2v1, and he has 5 seconds, but he takes out Marty. Can he get the last kill? He's missed around, and he gets Resurrect. That is unbelievable. What a play from Owly. That is unbelievable stuff, Travi.
Goodness, that was almost inevitably Core's map point there. That was almost inevitably Core's series point, playoffs point. But my goodness gracious me, stolen from the clutches of victory. Obscura get one opportunity to end this here and now. One opportunity to do this in regulation. Otherwise, we go into overtime. We're yet again pushing these records of longest games here in Phantom League. All they need to do is get this basement attack done. All you got to do is do it.
I'm speechless. I can't believe that Core lost that round.
if Core go on to lose this next site, they are going to be beating themselves after that one, because I
Yeah.
believe that's the second round now where, the worst one with the Blackbeard, it was almost a throwaway. It wasn't quite, but it was almost there. And it was perhaps a bit of a warning. Hey, maybe we don't swing these things. Hey, maybe we don't do these over aggressive peaks when we're in a 1v4. We don't give this away, because sometimes you give yourself away a little bit too much. That happens. And right now, Obscura, 1 round away from taking this.
Absolutely. And honestly, I think that Obscura might take this now. And I've got to be honest, I think the mental might be suffering here from Core. To lose that round in
yeah.
that fashion. I mean, to take nothing away from Owl, what an incredible clutch. That was absolutely fantastic, and really good discipline in the gunplay and recoil control. And they did really, really well to clutch it. But that was Core's round to lose, and their mental has got to be suffering from that.
Yeah, that's it. It's just got to be the mental right now, because even if Core win this, regardless of how this one comes out for Core, well, it's at least going to start good. Pilots gets a freebie there onto Chris. Deimos taken off the board. Entry in towards Visa now from the new beepers that weren't there a little while ago. At least the updated beepers going to be coming on through. And already this round's shaping up to be quite aggressive here. It feels like the teams, it's this tension that's been building up over the last 3.5 hours or so. It's starting to approach bubbling point. It's starting to approach that point of boiling over. And these teams, I don't want to say we might be reverting back to the scrappy ways of old, but I feel like we're almost getting there as Latesy takes the head of Infontu there. And it seems like we might be heading to overtime yet again.
Yeah, absolutely, but you saw Legion playing Spiral and Pylus playing up top in Meeting, so they are aware of the vertical, they are aware of the roaming, and they are aware of certain operators going into certain points. But as we see Tyso eyeing up the hole in the breach, and I think more droning will have to happen here, but they have no drones. So IQ is going to have to start using that intel to give updates to the team, because without the drones, well, they're at a bit of a disadvantage now.
Yeah, that's it. And the team needs to regroup. That's why Tyso throws the flash grenade, starts to make the push across back to try and play with the rest of the team. Boogie Drone's going to go out a little bit more than a bait. 1 last minute. This could be the opportunity. This could be the closeout here that we need. Or Core 3, they've got a 2-man advantage right now. They just need to hold on. Oh my God, that is disgusting. That is filthy stuff from Owl yet again. And no, Tyso gets another. We're 3 versus 3. We're back to even. The advantage that Core had's been thrown away. Can they hold on to it? Yes, they will. Marty takes down Tyso. Now here comes the pressure from the clock here. Split approach coming through from Obscura, because there's no means to getting through the hatches here. You have to push yellow. You have to push it through, and I don't know if it's the right play. Totally unaware of Easy on top 4, but oh my God, Owl, please, someone's giving him a bloody discount voucher the way he keeps picking up these freebies from the side of Core. 2 versus 2 somehow. 20 seconds left to go. They need to push in. They've got stun grenades to try and force this one, but have to do the defuse. It's going to be tough. You give the diffuser to the player with less HP, so the player on the cover has the hold, but caught with a flashbang in hand, taken down. Owl has to go up huge yet again, and Piles closes it out and closes regulation with that. Rob, for the second time tonight, we're off to an overtime, because both these teams want to stay in the competition.
Absolutely, but Owl absolutely destroying Latesy's ankles there up the top and getting that kill through the wall. It's just unbelievable game sense and incredible stuff. And I honestly think that was Obscura's round to lose. I feel like they took way too long going through a garage. They were far too cautious. There was nobody watching the breach, so they could have just gone into garage, planted, somebody could have watched yellow. I feel like Obscura could have won that round. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, that feels like a tale of consulate, right? We've had a lot of rounds where teams could have won.
Yeah.
There's a lot of rounds where teams really, really could have made a difference, could have been the ones to come out on top, but instead it's not going to be the case. Instead, it's going to be this overtime yet again, and honestly, Rob, I just don't know who takes it from this point. I'm looking at this and I'm going, right, well, who has defense? It doesn't really seem to matter all too much. Don't get me wrong, they've been 4-2 splits, but I'd say they've been favorably balanced, and a massive part of individual play of players like Latesy, Marty, and especially Owl, who's just, as an individual, come alive in the previous map. And, it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out.
Honestly, I feel like, certain individual performances have really come alive the longer the games go on, right? But like you say, the rounds have been close every time. There's not really been a team that's edged each other out like with a flawless round. We've seen that in the previous maps. But on this one, it's been stupidly close.
Oh,
And I
yeah.
feel like it's going to be the same for the last few rounds. As we see Latency and Marty just closing up to meeting room window.
Are they going to swing it? I really hope they don't, because that would be an absolute freebie for the side of Obscura. Thank goodness we're not swinging these things. And this is the thing, we are getting a composure better. We will joke about it, but the teams are playing better. Genuinely, I do think the level of play has increased as this one has gone on. For the most part, you know, especially on Lair, at points it was incredibly sloppy. And, well, now it's just pinpoint precision from players like Owl, takes down Piles, star of the other team, and as the breaches do get opened up, the attack can just start to encircle the defense. They've got 2 minutes still to play for, only a minute into this one, and already a very substantial advantage.
Absolutely. All that Obscura need to do is just hold their angles, take their time. They've got a minute 45 left on the clock with a kill in hand. And Al gets another one. He is absolutely on fire right now. But you have to ask the questions about Core. Are they just giving them the free kills as a nade comes out? Great awareness there. Does Tyso know about the player to his left? Well, he does now. He certainly does now. And there's somebody playing Skylight.
That's the issue. You can't be swinging that one there, but Korn need to swing something. They need to find something, because they can't just sit here and take this beating of a 5 versus 3, and that's exactly what Latency's going to do. Takes matters into their own hands by taking down Chris. It's 4 versus 3. It's not ideal, but it's not unwinnable either. However, it almost certainly is now. Owl on a triple. Marty left inside of Meeting to try and clutch this one up into 1 versus 4. Takes down Owl, who makes the aggressive hop in there, but now you're caught in a cross in a very difficult spot here. Have to try and isolate these ones, may be able to do so, because they are isolated at the moment here. Could win this, could take this down. Hello, do not give this one away for free. But they're going to bloody do it anyway. And Core, somehow, some way, they steal another round, as this game seems to just be robbery after robbery after robbery after robbery. And now, overtime, match point, series point, and playoffs point. But this time, somehow, yet again, it's Core.
That was absolutely unbelievable. And it's the same problem that we saw last time as well. It's just peaking when you don't need to.
How have we seen 2 key rounds in Q6 succession? Pro to 1v4s like that, like...
I've absolutely no idea. It's just unbelievable. And like, the fact of the matter is how quickly, how quickly those series of events played out.
Yeah.
And it was, I'm just speechless at how well that gunplay was played. That 4v1 was absolutely insane.
That was absolutely unbelievable. That one was pure chaos.
I'm just still speechless at how Obscura threw that.
Yeah. But it's not the first time we've seen it from either of the... But we've seen rounds thrown from both these teams, and the net needs to be tightened. I mean, right now, Core will move on to the attack. Definitely the struggling of the two sides. They've got the defense done, but they really shouldn't have done. It should have been the other way around, you know. Obscura get their attack done hard across the line, and then can just mop up a nice, easy defense to close the game out. No, instead, they're going to have to just get the defense to tie us, and... as the Nook sends her way down below, it's yet again just another one of these situations where it's any man's game and no one is safe.
Absolutely, that's just it. And again, playing off of front alley right now and just opening up that the external wall, but a run out from Tyso, and he gets 2, and that's Diffuser as well. And obviously that will be called out to his team, but Diffuser is now outside front alley, and huge loss there on the part of Core, because now they've lost Ace and they've lost Capitao, so they've lost their hard breacher. So now all they have to do is just play off drone info, and maybe Pilus just using the sledgehammer to break open walls, lines of sight. But what a run out from Tyso.
Huge, absolutely huge. And I think the real nail in the coffin there was the fact that Lightsey was unable to reclaim the free frag. You saw him trying to free fire through the wall on the tracers, couldn't quite claim Tyso. And now all 5 remaining players of Obscura, completely untouched, completely unscathed, can just retreat back towards the objective, hold these power positions, and look to close this one out. Completely stunned. Marty's going to fall. Al does go down, however, but it's still 4 versus 2 situation. Very difficult one here. As Tyso looking to retake towards the admin side, going to get the pick.
Quad
Lacey
kill.
on spiral stairs. Tyso looking for the ace here. Please, can it not be? Can we not do this whole ace thing, please? Because I don't fancy singing around right about now. Lacey left 1 versus 3. Difficult spot. Players left, right, and centre. The question is, who is going to be the one to mop up this final elimination here and bring us back to a 7-7 tie, please?
I think it might be Warden. Look how close he's getting with that shotgun as well. You've got Robbo as well with the shotgun. And, oh, well.
Sigh of relief.
Just
I can't
shotguns him
lie.
through the wall.
I can't lie. Sigh of relief that we're not singing. Beautiful shot through the wall.
Absolutely. Good game sense.
7-7. Another bout of overtime between these two. 2 more rounds at the minimum from this one. Very rapidly approaching the old match record here. Something we've not touched up. If you all are not aware, I believe the longest game so far, Phantom League Season 5, was the last one we got to cast, funnily enough, where it was 10-8, 10-8, 7-5. So if this very map here hits 10-8 as well, it will be the longest game tied with Phantom League Season 5, as well as the possibility for go even longer if we go beyond the 8-8 point. Obviously, we've got a couple rounds to go between there. You know, could end 7-9 at this point. 9 is currently what you need to win, but you never know. Just throw it out there. We may have the longest game yet again.
Is that a good record to have? Do we get bragging rights?
I mean, there's got to be something magical, right? It's, you know, I can't chalk it down to coincidence in good conscience, saying it's both games the last 2 games we've had. It's been really long. I can't just say that's an easy one, but regardless of, we head to this reset point yet again, and hopefully we can see Obscura pull off a really, really good attack like they did before, but the key is this time, let's just not throw it away.
Well, absolutely. We've seen 2 or 3 rounds now where either team could have edged it out, but they've just gotten too greedy. And, well, we've seen it happen with Marty, who did that 4v1, and it happened with Al as well, who got the 4v1 as well. So, and it happened in very, very quick succession. So, let's hope that the 2 teams have learned their lesson, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, that's it. Rework Clash being brought onto the board. We've seen how much Core hate the shields with the operator bands they've chosen, so let's see how much they hate it. Infontu there makes a good start, takes down Psyche here, and the utility already dumping on in towards the front side of Garage here, and Tyso gets yet another one up from above, playing the vertical. Such a good start to the round here from Obscura, and if it hadn't been for some really big throws before, I'd say it's hard to see a situation where they lose this, but let's see, in a good position behind the Clash Shield right now, needs to be shaken out of this.
Well, what's weird to me is that nobody's playing wow, well, Malusi going upstairs, Marty going upstairs, but nobody was playing vertical, and now Dog's pushing into vertical, but is it too late? He does get Tyso though, so that is a huge pick to take away the verticality, but was it way too late? They already had 2 picks in the round. I honestly feel like they should have had somebody up there already, but there's still a lot of time in the round, and
yeah,
some great damage coming up from Clash as well, a great angle too.
If Latzy can just hold on for a couple more seconds here and either go for a flank towards the yellow players. Never mind, Latzy doesn't need the flank. Latzy doesn't need the support. Latzy takes down Robbo there. We're now 3 versus 3. Resurrect finds another. Somehow, some way. Yet again, Core are fighting their way back into this one from 5v3 down. Didn't want to say it seemed like an easy closeout for Obscura because, well, this is exactly what happens now. Deimos, 1 versus 3 situation. Required to clutch up and tough job ahead.
And taking unnecessary damage from the barbed wire, and he's going to play Ring a Rosie around the piano. But it is currently Doc against Deimos. We know how this went in the cinematic. It didn't really end well for Doc, did it? But at this point, I feel like he might edge it out. But we shall see. And they're still dancing around the piano, but Resurrect does take him down eventually. And Doc gets revenge on Deimos for the poor showing in the cinematic.
Yeah, there we are. Finally, some revenge from the dock, and it heads us towards a 7 to 8 as we go on towards now a core 3 map series point for the first time, or for the second time in overtime, rather. Question is, can they close it on out, or are we about to tie the record of longest game this season? Back to basement for one more go at the defense here, and this one just yet again, it's just situations like that where a team, in that case Obscura, gets a 5 versus 3 man advantage. That should be round. That should be winnable.
It should be, yeah. But I'm going to be completely honest. I think Core might edge this out. I think that the belief that they have from the last couple of clutches and the last rounds that they've done, they have to stop taking unnecessary risks. They've been first picked for the last 2 rounds, and to edge this out, they just have to keep doing. They just have to make sure that everybody holds the angles they need to. Somebody needs to play vertical a lot sooner than they were playing last round, and it's interesting they're not running the clash again.
Yeah, that's it. They're giving something else a go. They're going to be going to a bit of an interesting lineup here, relying on the Echo, but something that Core have struggled with on their attacks is that time management. I do see the value in the Echo. I do see the value in stuff like the Tuberal wasting time as well. And with the Kaid and no Thatcher presence from Core, they're going to have a hard time getting these walls and hatch open.
Absolutely, but you know, somebody is playing vertical, like you're saying. Somebody is watching the vertical, which is what they were missing from last round, and it's good that Taiso is in that position because he can cover piano and the majority of vertical as well. But you've got 2 people currently that are walking into main entrance, and beepers will go off, so Legion will hear that and will be able to give information. And they did spot the IQ before the default cam was shot. So now Taiso has the shotgun in hand and just watching yellow stairs at the moment.
It's oddly reserved from Obscura compared to like what we've seen from them all series. You know, I mean, as a whole, Consulate has been a bit more reserved, a little bit more conservatively played from both sides. But especially, I feel at the moment, right now, I think both teams very much realise it's within the realms of possibility to make playoffs. It's not a far stretch, and it's just razor thin margins on who's going to be the one to make it. Well, Lazzi taking a bit of damage here, trying to make the mop up on towards Taiso here. Going to require some masterclass play to get out of this one, and well, there you go. How's that for masterclass? Sending Lazzi out of the lobby with their own frag grenade, hold this position. Absolutely beautiful, beautiful stuff being held. And now the problem emerged for Core. What do you do? Taiso can just hold this position, continue to burn time, and look at that. Anyone makes an entry from down below. Owl is holding on the cross and the support as well here. All Taiso needs to do is not swing, not give this one away, because there's no more frag grenades. Smash is going to come on through, and then here comes Owl from down below, mopping up picks, mopping up kills. And well, Rob, it seems like we're going to be making history, because unless Psych can pull up an ace clutch, we're going to be going to 8-10. We're going to be going the distance. Oh no. Let's just pause for 2 seconds. Psych ace clutch time. Got one up above, but no, not going to be able to make it happen. Taiso somehow, how did Taiso get up there? I swear he was on yellow 3 seconds ago.
I thought he was on yellow 3 seconds ago. I also thought that was a headshot from Psych. I'm not going to lie, but
magic happening.
Yeah, I guess we are making history.
Yeah, we are making history. Guaranteed to be the longest game, and possibly longer forever more with this one. Getting exciting, getting time to really burn it on. There's just something in the air. And for the first time in overtime, we're going to be heading towards the split site. Not seen this one since round number 10, which hard to believe it was about 7 rounds ago now.
Yeah, I mean, I think my tiredness is starting to catch up with me, because I've just had such an amazing time just casting this game, because it's been back and forth from both teams. We've seen
such a quality game.
Mistakes that have costed them rounds, but we've also seen round-winning plays as well. But I think both teams should no matter who wins, should be proud of the way that they performed, and it's hard to tell who is actually going to win this. I still think Core might etch it out, because they do have a little bit more discipline than Obscura have, but I have been proved wrong, so it'll be interesting to see who does win this.
Yeah, and you know, you look at the overtime scoreboard here, it's all been about these defenses since we've hit overtime. Who can break the defensive chain? Who can win on the attack. Who can get that over the line? Because whoever is puts themselves in a good spot, and right now it's Obscura to try and do it. Can they get the defense, the attack done rather? And yeah, as you say, it's such a good game between these two, and it's going to be a shame because we, in 15, 20 minutes times, we're going to be saying goodbye to one of these two teams. They will not be touching season 5 again, but what a way to go out. Regardless of who's eliminated, you've gone down swinging. You've put everything you've got into this game. It's delivered some good siege, some not so good siege, but all the way through entertaining and a really great game.
Wait a minute. Oh, there we go. I wondered where everybody was on core. They're all at the bottom of B, so they're all playing on the stairs. So obviously the thermite charge is going to go out. Now the Valkyrie has to be really careful on those stairs, otherwise you're going to get absolutely destroyed. But they are playing Clash close, which is exactly what they need to do to get that intel. And take it away, Travi.
Yeah, here it comes. Here comes the moment. Pylis on the flank here. Could be make or break, but going to fire some shots into Narnia. Gives the position away a little bit. And now Obscura are going to realise they've got themselves in a little bit of a pickle, a little bit of a tough spot right here. Where do they go from here? They're knocking on the door of the objective, but what can they do with that control? Well, they take down Pylis. The flank of the bandit completely gone, taken off the board here, and already eyeing up, trying to get into this objective. But they need to deal with Psych and Marty. Reason being, C4's in back pocket. Any plant attempts are going to be immediately stopped.
That Clash is going to be the bane of that IQ's existence, but she will know exactly where she is because of her gadget. But at the same time, she's just rushed up the Clash and she's going to push down the stairs, and Clash is going to take some damage, but not too much. And she will remain on the stairs, putting pressure onto the side of Obscura.
Yeah, and this is the thing right now. It's a pressure game. Plant attempt is being made and are using the EMPs to deny the C4. Absolutely genius right now from the side. And while one does connect, it allows, at least facilitates the plant to cover on through. And as the defense fall away, we said it's going to be who can make the difference, who can crack an attack. And right now, it's going to be Obscura. Beautiful play, genius utility usage, and some incredible fragging. And they are going to find themselves match series point 1 round away yet again. Or do we break the record? Do we go to round distance? I almost want it to go a bit further. I almost really do. And I think, I can't lie. It would not be a shame if this game ended now. This game is delivered.
Owl is just playing absolutely unbelievable this game. So is Marty, honestly. And I mean, if we bring up the scoreboard for a second, we can see, look at Owl, 20 and 12. Unbelievable stats, and even Marty's doing 15 and 10, so he's not that far behind. But those two players have been absolutely phenomenal all series, and this both teams have been phenomenal and in their own rights. But unfortunately, only one winner. But if Obscura do take this round, they've thoroughly deserved it. But let's see if Core can bring it back.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at stats. One from Marty, dropped 35 kills across the first 2 map. You add on what he's gotten here on Consulate, and that's 50 kills in a best of 3, which,
unbelievable.
For record, the best of 5 record in Pro League is 55.
That's crazy.
So if we go another couple rounds of overtime, if we go the distance just a little bit longer, there's a very chance, I mean, obviously it's tier 1, different levels of play and such, but just for papers and, for hype's sake, Marty's going to break the best of 5 kill record in a best of 3.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Huh? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Very much deserved. Very much deserved too. Phenomenal player. What I've seen Marty do. Oh, does he know about the run out from Tyso? He does not.
Marty is not going to be hitting the kill record, unfortunately, because Marty is dead. Very much early pick there for Obscura, and that is a big issue because you can see the players of Core, I think now, are going to be left, rightfully so, scratching their heads a little bit on 2 things. One, Marty is dead, our star player, our entry, our Ash is dead, and B, that's like the 5th time Tyso's done that to us this game. I get a little bit of deja vu.
Yeah, I would have thought that Core would have started to place claymores out the side of front entrance, but clearly not. And they're now down a player, so It's all in Obscura's hands. They've got a great site set up, and
Yeah.
Taiso takes out another one, so it's getting very desperate here for Core, and Taiso as well has been another phenomenal player for Obscura, has just been playing so well.
Beautiful. And now look at this. 5 versus 3. I mean, this was where we were a couple of rounds ago, and then Obscura let it slip through. So the job's not done just yet. Don't give up hope if you are a fan of Core 3. Obscura, they've thrown away a plenty of advantages in this match, and there's a very real possibility it does happen again, just with the frequency it has been. But right now, it's definitely a tall ask, as you said. 5 versus 3, difficult spot, and just 3 more kills, and Obscura, they've got their playoff spot locked in.
And 1 minute left on the clock, so they have to start moving here. And good drone work coming out from Core, but one Bravo drone will go down. We have Psych just playing on balcony, but he can't fit through, and there's a C4 below from Robo who takes him out. Absolutely insane stuff. And oh my goodness, Obscura definitely deserve this round, but Lightsy does take down Inafontu, and we have seen Core come back from this position, so... Oh, what a shot from Lightsy onto Taiso.
And they know where this other side player is. They can find it, and they will do just that now. Lightsy, full control of the objective, but you've got to keep in mind, Rob, here, look at the time. Look at where the fuser is.
15
it's
seconds.
Absolutely outside. You have to go for the kills here, and it's all on the shoulders of Resurrect. Does get one, but they have no idea on where the second is, and with no diffuser, you've got
Just has
nothing
to
you can
run.
do but try and swing it, and somehow they're going to bloody do it, Rob. And this one, it's the longest game they've done it. We are going further.
How many rounds have we seen these teams throw?
I believe that is the second 3 versus 5 in a row we have seen from Obscura on series point that has just completely been thrown away.
Unbelievable.
Like, it's incredible individual play from all sides, because both teams are finding these opportunities and taking them, but it's also incredibly sloppy from the teams that are throwing these advantages away. It's, you can't, once or twice in a series this long, okay, I can get, but even with the duration of this one, even with the how long this game's been going, you just can't keep letting that go. You just can't keep throwing that. You just cannot keep letting those kind of things go, because it's going to haunt you, and whoever loses it, you don't throw those rounds. You're in playoffs way before this.
Absolutely, but at the same time, you've got to think about it this way. Both teams have lost rounds in exactly the same way. Pushing the last person or pushing the last 2 people when they don't need to, taking the gunfights they don't need to, swinging too wide, and committing when they don't need to, right? It's all down to that. They do everything right during the rounds, and then it's the last 10-20 seconds of a round. And it's unbelievable.
Yeah. This is it. It's just one of these games of all time, really. You know what? This is just one of those games of all time. It's madness what's going on right now. And, you can make your comparisons between everything, and it's just delivering on all accounts. But I think we're approaching a point in the night where we want to see a winner emerge. We want to start to see someone pull 2 really clean rounds off. We don't want to see a round thrown that then results in a win. We just want to see clean cut, 2 quick rounds, someone close it out and prove that they are the better team and they didn't just get lucky.
Absolutely, but both teams seem to find a way to claw it back, and whenever they do, it's always with intel and the right idea. But vertical play coming out, and Chris, what a kill onto Lightsy, and Lightsy will be kicking himself that he didn't get that kill. He had that vertical advantage, and he will be kicking himself because of that. And Core already down a player. Marty gonna try and run out and see if he can get a kill onto main, but
here comes Al ready to mop it up, try and pick the trade back up. But no, Marty finds it anyway. And looking for more, fishing for more. Do you see the head?
I do.
The player. There's an outline. We see it, but the question is, does Marty see it? Because I don't currently think he does. But Chris has to be paying attention to the team up top, because Pilus is knocking down heads. Taiso taking off the board here. Core looking to try and take this one now. Man advantage goes their way, but if the past, 18 rounds has told us anything, that doesn't mean anything at this point.
Absolutely, anything can change, but Core now have to use that man advantage. They have drones in the pocket. They have one drone in the pocket. Sorry, Obscura have one drone in the pocket, and Pylus is doing exactly the right thing, just playing off vertical, trying to get Buck under pressure, and he's done exactly that and gets a great kill onto Chris. Now it's all down to Inifontu and Robbo to try and get this round back. They've done it before. Can they do it again? Claymore on yellow stairs.
Yep, and there you go. Sykes going to get given one away there. Makes this into a 2 versus 3. We're not about to see another throw. Surely not. 30 seconds on towards now. Pushing up through top spirals. There's Robbo. Going to be stalled out of the objective by a Toxic Babe, and with a second one at Poppet. That's already restricting the time here. And considering that Robbo's the only one left, it's going to be an incredibly restricted final push. Now, Throws herself will try and buy away, but no, Pylus is there to close it. And Core 3, they now get an opportunity to close this one out. Can they do it? 11 to 9, or are we going to be seeing 2 teams on double digits and possibly, you know, because I'm thinking, I mean, don't get me wrong, I know it's probably happened, obviously, you know, across T4, T3, T2, you know, just for reference, the UI barely fits 10 up there. Like 10 is barely fitting in that UI, you could tell. It's like that is the limits that we are going right now. This is
Absolutely.
just ridiculous. And I'm trying to recall a game that's gone longer. The only thing I can think of going this distance is that 10-12, way back, G2 Empire, SI. I can't think of anything longer. And right now, this game is approaching breaking that record.
Absolutely. I think I've only seen a longer game, actually, funnily enough, in Rocket League, where it was, I believe, Cloud9 against Dignitas, and they had to go through the losers bracket, and they had to reset the bracket, so they had to win they had to win 4 games for the first match, and then for the second match they had to win another 4 games, and they absolutely destroyed Dignitas. But it was a very long series, and I'm getting the same impression from here. This is the longest series I've ever casted, but this
is the longest series I've ever casted. You know, I've been casting a while now. And yeah, this is the longest game I've casted. The previous one was the record me and you held from the previous game here. And then the second game we've gone and casted right after that. Well, it's immediately gone and done up that record now. 10 and 9. I've never seen 10 on the top in a game of Siege X before. So, as I say, we're just hoping for that clean tie-up right now. Core 3, they, you know, did a good job on the previous round. And I just want to see them, you know, really take that lead, really excel, and really just lock in and show us that they are the better team here, because I don't think we've seen an emergence of a better team this series. It's been 50-50 the whole time.
It has been. But I also just, oh my god, Al just taking out Resurrect with a well-played C4.
21 kills, bloody hell.
Core already down a member, and again, these C4s have just been immaculate this whole game. But
oh my goodness gracious me.
I just want to point out as well that Al has 21 kills.
Yeah. Nuts.
That unbelievable consistency as well. Has he gotten a kill every round?
More than at this point. That's an average of like 1.05 KPR off the top of my head, thereabouts. It's an average, you know, we've had, what, 20 rounds played so far, so yeah. And we're going further. We're going further. We have to be, surely. There's no way at Core 3 claw back yet another 3 versus 5. There has to be zero way. Pylus goes on down. Latzi and Psych, all that remain on this attack here, trying to pick up the pieces. One's on Skylight, swinging on through towards the Echo, but they can't quite see the head, and Inferno takes it out. Latzi left with it all to do ace clutch up, and yet again, we've got at least 22 rounds in this one, I think.
Well, if Latzi clutches this, then that just sums up the story of the entire match. But as we see the Echo just going down Spiral, but gives him his life away meaninglessly, and all Obscura have to do is just stay hidden now.
All they have to do, the impacts, the damage.
Yeah,
look at that HP.
Yeah, and Latzi's literally almost dead, and all they have to do is just do exactly what Tyso's doing, just holding angles. They don't need to peek, just be patient and wait. The diffuser is currently on top of Skylight. She doesn't have case. So, and that's it. Al picks up another kill, and that's what, 23 now, 24?
That is, I believe, kill number 23.
Unbelievable.
23 on Consulate, and just to really reiterate here, Owl has had a fairly quiet series up to this point. 11-9 on Lair, and then going 5-10 on Labs. Owl has
Yeah.
had a fairly quiet series, but it's always important to highlight the players who realize when it matters most
Yeah.
and are able to step up when it matters most. That is the person like Owl who you want on your team. They are the backline that you can rely on. And right now, they are, not, I don't want to single-handedly put it because the rest of the team are playing well, but they are a massive contributing factor to the reason why Obscura have been able to stay competitive in this.
Absolutely, and like, I wouldn't be surprised if the game does go to 16 and 14. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. The game has just been a massive pendulum, and it's so awesome to watch. And this is great Siege being played.
That's it. I mean, there's good rounds. I mean, there's been sloppiness, and it is creeping in, and it really is just who's ever... It's not so much who makes the mistake for me right now, it's who can't capitalize on the mistake, because I think we've entered that point of the night where we've been here for almost 5 hours now.
Yep.
Approaching that point. It's not about with these teams who's making the mistakes. It's not about these teams who is... Both teams are making mistakes at this point. We've been here ages. It's gonna happen. It's getting tiresome. It's getting tiresome for us. It's getting tiresome for the players. But right now, we're still at a stage where the teams are almost always able to capitalize when the other one gets sloppy. We will hit a point where that's going to change, and it's just mainly avoiding being the one that's going to happen first.
But it's also the runouts, and this is good awareness from Taiso, but it's also the runouts and the fact that Core has been getting kills on their team very, very early on, so they've always been in a 5v4 situation from the start of the round. So it seems excuse me, sorry, cough. It seems to me that they're okay with this round now, that it's gone past that point where they usually lose the player. So we've got Taiso playing invert in lounge, and one going up yellow stairs at the moment, and Deimos just going into yellow at the moment, and one playing checkers.
Yep, and here comes the death mark. Here comes the hunt on towards this top floor player. The question is, how long can Pilus hold on to? Going to be edging it out, but no, it's Infontu from elsewhere over on the Ash to be able to pick up the first pick there. Legion gone down on the roam. Latzi taken off the board as well. 3 versus 5, an all too familiar situation right here, and this is the danger zone. If it's a 5 versus 3 and the kill goes the other way, then according to history, this round should be clutched back up and go the other way. Or if Obscura can just extend this advantage by 1, they should be pretty set for this one.
I feel like now that Core just have to play it safe, stay in sight, wait for the attackers to come to you. You're at that disadvantage, but you've also got to keep in mind that Deimos is hunting you down. But Frost will be okay there. She's underneath a hard ceiling. So Deimos can't really do anything at this moment in time. But IQ does drop, and Marty gets an easy kill onto Owl. And just a lack of information there. And a bit of a decision that may go awry here for Obscura.
Yeah, that's it. And I said about the 5 versus 3 curse, another one here, and we're back to 3v3, and there's just, just not even going to bring up the possibility of that one right now. 45 seconds left to go. The attackers knocking on the door of the objective itself here. Ash in front of 2, going to be trying to move on in. Wingu mind out, but going to eventually take that one out. Stall back on push through the objective. But look at this. Resurrect using those key barricades to stall away. Pressure of the world on the shoulders right now. Eventually, finally, Robbo finds the pick back. Psych as well. Left to hold on site alone because Marty's going for a top floor flank here, but no windy shots from Tice. So at the worst possible time, Marty's keeping Core free in this
20
one.
seconds.
Not a lot of time.
No time at all. They've got to start pushing into site now, but they do down Marty, who was rotating back to site. But does Psych know? He does take down Ash, but Chris was playing on vertical, and that's great cover. And Obscura do take the round, but I have to say that was fantastic cover there from Chris on vert.
Yeah, I was petrified that for a little moment there, we were about to see another 5 versus 3 throw.
Yeah,
luckily,
right.
we did not. Obscura held on, and as you can see what I mean about the top of the things, the score numbers just are not fitting in the boxes. We are literally breaking siege right now. One more basement defense, and all Obscura need to do is play this last basement defense, which they've only played basement on their defense once in overtime.
Yeah.
But they have won it the one time they have played it.
2 players need to go vertical, 1 player needs to play cafeteria, 1 needs to watch 90 and hallway, and then the other just needs to support. That's what they need to start doing, and it seems like they are starting to do that. 1 is playing cafeteria at the moment, and I believe yellow stairs is the problem at the moment for both teams. It seems that yellow stairs is usually the culprit of the downfall of the teams on the defense. But we have seen in the past that Core 3 have played a certain way on defense, but they have been pretty solid on attack as well. But
So,
hopefully,
this
Obscura
one...
can end this out.
Yeah. So I've just spotted in chat from Illy Diana XO. I just says that realize I love you, Diana XO. 7-4 prediction. Oh no. Let's 7-4 prediction. Yeah, how about double that one? Call it a day, you know, 14-8. Not even that, but we're approaching that point. Latzi gets 1, and that's Tyso off the board early. A critical loss there for Obscura and an Omen. That we're not stopping here.
That C4 is lethal on the garage door, but they're not going for it at the moment. Pylus and Lightsy going through storage right now, opening up walls and lines of sight, and opening up into hallway. But do they see the echo drone?
Yeah,
yes they
spotted
do.
it, but can't quite hit it. Sprint across from Latzi now. Good progress towards the objective now for the side.
Haven't shot the default.
4-3. Oh, default still up, but hold on a second. Look at this. There's a flank here. There's a bit of a... Everyone's everywhere. Needs a top-down cam here because there's players all over the place. Pylus drops down to Infontu there, and that's exactly what you need. 4 versus 4, a key position and key fight right here. Owl fighting with this shield. If Resurrect goes down here, this could be disastrous for Core 3. We're 4 versus 4 evens, but here comes Psych on the backup from afar, aware of the players, and now the players of Obscura have to be careful not to give themselves away. C4 goes, does damage, doesn't quite hit, but the second one's going to get thrown. However, completely, entirely misses the mark, and that means the shield's going to be standing right now for Obscura. Do not swing it, don't keep throwing bodies at it, because you can see on the distance, Psych is ready to mop them up.
Well, absolutely, but look at that intel coming out from the shield, and they have spotted the echo drone, so hopefully... Oh, they do take it out, so that's huge. That's 1 echo drone off the board. But look at Resurrect's health. He's already down to half HP, and huge amount of intel coming out as well, and he does have diffuser, so all he needs is somebody to push up with him and get 1, maybe even 1 kill can be the difference here.
Yeah, but my concern right now for side of Obscura is look at this split approach. You've got Marty coming down yellow stairs, everyone else pushing from other angles. Resurrect is the key player, and he's gone down. That's a massive issue now. Obscura, they just need to hold on, trade the remainder of their ones here. Let's see, going to be moving on in security. Does get 1. Trade's going back and forth, but it's 2 versus 2. Somehow it's even. 26 seconds left on to go. Diffuser is cold back towards construction side. This round for Obscura, they just need to not give away these ones here, and that's exactly what they're not going to do. Robbo goes down, and Chris playing it close to a yellow with the bailiff here. Matty being the star of the show so far, but is this going to be do or die? It is finally done. Finally, someone's going to break the stalemate that has emerged here on Consulate, and finally, it's going to be Obscura taking themselves into playoffs, defeating Core 3. But it says on the screen, what a hard-fought victory that one was.
Absolutely, and both teams just did absolutely incredible siege, and commiserations to Core. They played a fantastic game, and Marty is a formidable player, fantastic consistency on his gunplay. The verticality coming out from Core as well was brilliant. I think that their site defense on some sites was phenomenal as well, especially with that C4 and electrical that we saw on the first map. But at the end of the day, there can only be 1 winner, and I applaud Obscura massively. They looked like they were down and out in the second map. They clawed it back and gave us an insane show. And Owl should be so proud of what they've achieved. Incredible stuff. What did they end with? 20, 26, 27?
26, 27. It was the 24. That's still
24.
massive
Wow.
number. huge. And finally, the job has been done there. As you can see, it was sunny when we started, and now my room is pitch black. And it is currently 11 p.m. here, late, I think, for some of the players. An absolutely monumental game there. But as you say it, Rob, Obscura are going to be making their way in towards the playoffs. Core 3, just a little bit fallen short there. Such fine margins between the two teams, as you said, but there can only be one winner. And today,
Absolutely.
that was Obscura. They did play better overall. I think there was less throwing away. I think that was the main difference between these two. Core, I never felt quite safe despite the advantages they secured, especially towards the end of that consulate there in Obscura, just able to keep things tight, held close together, just long enough to get this game over the line. There does need to be some work between playoffs. There does need to be some differences between some progress between now and then, but they've got there. They've got you've got a little while to go and sort things out. And what an incredible game that one was. For now, someone's just spoiled it in all chat.
Oh my.
Oh no, that's so
Oh,
tragic.
God.
Anyway, as you can tell, we're absolutely knackered. For all of you at home, thank you very much for sticking with us through this ridiculously long, longest best of 3 I've ever had the pleasure of casting. I'm sure many of you probably will have ever watched there. What an incredible game between two amazing teams. Congratulations to Obscura on the ring. Cannot wait to see, hopefully, some more decisive games in playoffs that maybe don't keep me casting till shy of midnight. And for everyone in the league, thank you all for organising it. For all the players, thank you for putting on an amazing show. Rob, thank you for casting with. And for all of you watching at home, thank you for coming along. We'll be back on Monday for one final game of playoffs. I believe that is going to be Blind Owls versus MG Minions. Coming up for you on Monday around the same time, going to be on this place. Of course, there are the Phantom League socials. Do go watch those. They will give you all the information as and when it is available. But for now, for us, that's going to be it. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Get some well-needed sleep, and we will see you all on Monday.